A&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Drafted originally by the Rockies. Man, he lights into one here. Deep out into left field. Osuna goes back, and this one is way out of here. Delayed with his 9th home run of the year. It comes with a man on. 2 long balls for the Rays already here in the first, and it's 3-0.
And that's it. You could shut everything down. Night over. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live with the entire morning family with you on DFW Sports Station. Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden on the Odyssey app, the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. No scoring after the 3 Tampa runs early on, and this game did not have a single from either side. Let me say it again. It's the 7th time in Major League history in which neither team recorded a single.
That's the way baseball goes.
7th time. Boy, I wouldn't even know where to guess on the other 6 games.
Last time was 2012, Dodgers at Braves, according to Sandler.
Okay.
No singles.
No singles. Yeah, that's now listen, that's modern baseball, right? They don't want singles, they want power. They want slug, OPS, hit the gaps. That's why Louis Arise is on 1-year deals left and right. And, you know, the apple of many eye, I think, at this trade deadline. But that, you're right. I mean, first inning, all the scoring, but that was not a good performance from Mackenzie Gore. That was a great performance. From Mackenzie Gore.
That's where we're starting. Okay.
That's what I took from this one, man.
7 innings, 3 hits, 3 earned, 9 strikeouts.
Yeah, that dude.
He was good.
That when you give up, you get bombed in the first inning, and then you still make it through 7, and you don't allow a damn thing the rest of the game. Like that's guts. There's some guts there. Like a lot of guys could just pack it in and say, "Screw it, I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm gonna get taken out of this game in the 4th inning." I mean, he saved the bullpen. He kept them in the game.
I think the biggest thing that I've heard about Mackenzie Gore is he still needs to learn how to pitch. And I don't think we have...
That's bad for a pitcher.
Yeah. Well, just the intricacies. I've always wanted to ask Bassick this. When Mike is kind of going through pitch sequences and a guy gets thrown at up and in and high and tight, and then it's like, all right, next pitch.
Low and away.
Yeah. If you say that, if that's the usual sequence every time, do batters not think and know that?
Probably. But they still are like...
I just wonder how often Mike's pitch patterns, a pitcher's traditional patterns, why aren't they just thought of automatically by the batter?
By the hitter.
Holland said they were. I talked to Holland about this once. Well, Holland said they are. Because like Holland was saying, like he said, if I played you in MLB The Show and you weren't just randomly hitting things, he's like, and you had some sort of a plan, he's like, I would figure out your pitch sequence in the first inning that we were playing. He's like, a lot of people do figure batters do figure those things out. It's just a matter of you still got to hit 95 and like with a tail on it or whatever. Like it's still difficult.
Yeah, and I think let's say you're facing DeGrom, and you're a right-handed hitter, and he goes up and in. You expect the next pitch to be low and away, but what happens? And we've heard Romo talk about this when Romo was like early on in his broadcast career when he said that Belichick ran this one play just to throw off other teams. What if DeGrom? How often does he have to throw that second pitch in a row back up and in to keep the hitter on? Because if you lean out over the plate on DeGrom and he throws up and in again, I mean, you're going to get hit in the neck.
Yeah.
You know, so like how many times does he have to break the sequence to keep it in the hitter's head that, hey, he's not going to go low and away here?
Joe Nathan had an interesting clip recently that kind of gone viral where he was talking about Manny Ramirez, and he's like, Manny, you could throw him. He's like, Manny, no, he actually was like giving credit. He's like, Manny was one of the like most cerebral batters in the game. And he's like, but Manny would sit on fastball. He's like, you could tell him it's coming. He's not swinging. He's just going to sit there and go, I'm sitting on the breaking ball. And as soon as you throw me the breaking ball, I'm hitting it like 500 feet. But he's like, you're going to have to throw it to me eventually, so I'll sit here and take 3 fastballs in a row and strike out, but you're going to throw me the breaking ball later, and I'm going to hit it out of the park.
Did the Rays throw off the Rangers offense with their opener, who started and went an inning and 2/3, and then they used 4 pitchers the rest of the way to totally and completely shut down the Rangers offense? They had 2 base runners through 6 innings. 2 base runners through 6.
And when they finally got some guys on in the 7th inning.
Yep.
Now, listen, Cauley strikes out swinging, fine, right? It was a good at-bat. He fouled a bunch of pitches off.
You got 1 out, and Cauley's the tying run. Berger had doubled, and then they drew a walk. So Cauley was up there as the tying run with 1 out.
Yeah, so he strikes out. Again, it was like an 8-pitch at-bat, fine, whatever. Osuna, 7 seconds later, one of the worst first-pitch swings I've ever seen. He made his mind up to swing at that pitch in the batter's box. I'm swinging first pitch. That's what he did. Now, maybe he's like, I think it was a lefty up. He's maybe I just don't want to get myself in a bad position. But there is absolutely zero reason for him to swing. That pitch was in the other batter's box. I'm like that. That's an 0-2 swing. That's an 0-2 protect swing, not one on the first pitch of the at bat. Oh. And there's your game. Because that was your best chance. It was really your only chance.
And I thought that Tuesday night's game flew by. Last night had to be even faster. Had to be
2:17.
God.
Can you see what the night before was?
It was 2:33 because I looked at it yesterday. So it was a good 15, 20 minutes shorter.
Why couldn't some of those stupid 9 p.m. Oakland A's games that we used to have to watch, sit through, be 2 hours and 17 minutes?
Yes.
Because it's in Oakland and it's all that foul ball territory that extends at bats and crap.
Pre-pitch clock, 4-hour games sitting up till 1 a.m.
Speaking of the rest of the West, the Astros win and the Mariners lose to the Dodgers. So you are now 1 game up on the Armpit, who has been surging.
God, they won 8 of 10. They
Cockroach.
They won 8 of 10. Why can't we just get rid of this team?
3 in a row.
End it, man. Sick of it.
Up 1 on the Armpit, 2.5 on the Mariners, as everyone in the division has been losing except for Houston, 3 in a row.
Yeah, it still feels like, Houston's always kind of had the reputation, even outside the years where they were like super dominant. They always had the reputation of being we're gonna like chip away. They had that. I think it was 04 and 05. They were like 20 games under 500 in the first half in one of those years. And then they end up surging and coming back and being the best team in baseball in the second half and winning their division. But it's this whole division right now.
It was 05 when they went to the series against Chicago, right?
I think it was. It was somewhere back there. But the division in general is just so mediocre that I don't think you can feel confident about any lead over anybody because anybody can start playing better baseball at any second.
Buster Olney and others saying, look for the Rangers to buy bullpen. Well, Chris Young working out a trade last night.
Yeah, Chase Silseth and Logan O'Hoppe.
Thank God.
Thank God what?
We're going to World Series now.
Oh.
I don't know if I like that one.
No, they're sending away a 19-year-old infield prospect, back in exchange for bullpen and catching help. And the fan text is like, what do the Angels know about a 19-year-old? I'm like, I don't think that's the point. I think the point is they know plenty about Logan O'Hoppe. And they're like, we don't need to have him around anymore. Because people were asking, like, why would the Rangers trade?
Who's their primary catcher this year?
Yeah, but people were saying, why would the Rangers trade for a catcher hitting 210, 205? Right? Well, I think they're trading for the reliever, mainly. That's Logan O'Hoppe was like, hey, you got to take this guy back. That's what that was. They got the catcher.
The one word I kept seeing from Angels fans was potential. Like, kid has potential. Kid can go somewhere. On some of the Reddit boards, it said it's going to be weird not having him here to blame anymore. So I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing, but potential is the number one word from the Angels fan base I saw coming back towards the new Ranger reliever.
Yeah, and his ERA is really, really good, and bullpen ERA it's fickle because you have one bad outing and one bad inning, and that really it takes about a month to recover from that. But
his strikeout rate from Sandler, some of the numbers for the righty reliever: 27% strikeout rate. The major league average is 22. 32% whiff rate. That's a top 10%. Four-seam fastball. He throws it at 96. He's got a splitter. He's got a two-seam fastball as well. Best pitch is the four-seam, Jared says, in which hitters are hitting just 189 with a 208 slug.
Okay. Those are good numbers. And you want to have guys who miss bats. And you will find, and the Rangers found this, when they won the World Series a couple years ago, I mean, their bullpen was not great during the regular season necessarily, but it performed pretty well in the playoffs. And you got to have guys who miss bats.
So if you need positive Logan O'Hoppe outlook, I know we're talking about the reliever, but if you look at Logan O'Hoppe, he is a guy who's about 20 home runs per season when he's plays a full season. This year he's not been so much. He played in the futures game in 2022. He was a top 100 prospect at one point, and his defensive wins above replacement is in the positive for his career. So he's a upside defensive catcher who's got 20 home run potential when he plays a full season. You can do much worse in today's MLB at catcher.
I heckled him. And that game I went to a couple weeks ago when we were sitting 5 rows back right behind the dugout. We got our seats from the great Mike Wang, gave us our seats.
Thanks, Wang.
Yeah, and when I was talking to Guzman, the third baseman, for not wearing a cup, I noticed he didn't have a bulge. O'Hoppe,
I think Sean was out for that.
Yeah, I was like, have you told this story on air?
Yeah, O'Hoppe took a foul ball off the cup. And I yelled out, he was down on the ground. I said, O'Hoppe got hit in the OPP.
I'm glad I was out for that.
He was proud of it. He retold it.
Yeah. People laughed around it. People laughed.
I think when you say PP, anyone's going to kind of laugh. Hopefully they do Tuesdays at 6:40. This morning it's the Payload with Peyton Phillip Russell. Other trade possibilities from Bet Online in Vegas. The favorites for Tarek Skubal's next team is
Dodgers.
Milwaukee.
It's the Dodgers at plus 150, then the Yankees, then the Brewers, then the Phillies, Astros, Braves, Cubs, Rays, Pirates, and the Texas Rangers down there at 25-1. Francisco Lindor's next team.
Yankees.
It's the Yankees. Bobby Belt, 7-4. Then the Red Sox, Dodgers, Braves, Rays. Mason Miller's next team.
Yankees have been tied to him.
Yankees, boom, minus 150. Seattle, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Rays, and White Sox. And then someone who Bobby has brought up, Byron Buxton's next team if he's dealt.
Ooh, let's go Red Sox.
No.
Yankees.
Phillies, then the Yankees. Bryce Harper pleading for help in Philadelphia, saying, I think we need help. Don Mattingly not too happy with him because Mattingly's saying, you say something like that means you're insulting someone on your squad. Philadelphia was 3-8 since the All-Star break. They had scored 43 runs in those 11 games. That included a 10-run game and an 11-run game. And they supposedly need an outfielder, a right-handed hitter, plus a third base upgrade. Bryce Harper putting up the bat signal.
And they have fallen. I mean, they were relatively close to the NL East. They've fallen almost 7 games back, and now they're barely hanging on to that last wild card. They do need help. Bryce is right.
They've lost 3 in a row. They're 6.5 behind the Braves with a negative 15-run differential, 2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah, and when Sanchez and Wheeler are healthy, there's no reason why those two guys at the top of the rotation shouldn't be having this team in a better position.
Maybe it's because we had the argument recently about him being in the Hall of Fame, but he's been putting a bad taste in my mouth lately, Bryce Harper. There was some clip of him interviewing with Mookie Betts where he talks about that brawl he got in where he threw the helmet, and he's talking about how, Jeff Samardzija got a concussion in that brawl and never played baseball again. And then Mookie was like, did you feel bad about that? He's like, no. He's like, this is not my fault. He's like, don't get hit, Doug.
Oh, God.
Rangers Rays again today. Because of the early start time, it's a KNC 9 o'clock power hour with us from Oxnard. So the KNC Masterpiece with us from 9 to 10, 10 to 10:30 Rangers pregame, first pitch 10:30 in Tampa.
We should just bolt. When they get up here at 9, we should just leave. Let them host the last hour.
Well, we know how the boss feels about that. He shut that down. Rangers,
What a weird start time.
Yeah. What a weird start time. It was a start of the Dallas Cowboys practicing on the field. We got more highlights than I thought there was going to be. We also had an injury as well. We take you inside the Star. Oxnard opening is official. We'll take you inside practice after this.
Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do so on your official home for Dallas Cowboys football. I think YouTube already knows this. Listening throughout the country, if you want Cowboys coverage, you're not going to get it anywhere else more so than this, with the insiders that are out there, the shows that are out there, the other stations that are not, and the amount of times we talk about your favorite football team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belton. Hopefully you know that locally as well if you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, Fan Cam, and Twitch. Bobby, what jumped out? Practice number 1. More highlights than I thought. I kind of disagree with you with the boring word that you used in last night's email, or maybe I'm just that football starved and hungry.
It could be football starved and hungry. It could be that I'm football snob. Also, is what it could be, because I'm a ball knower. And when yesterday they did have a couple different highlight moments. There was a George Pickens catch and run that you got that was getting shared a bunch. There was Jaden Blue breaking off a run, but it is still no pads, first practice. They're going to kind of ease into some things. But Jaden Blue was kind of the highlight play from yesterday with what was like a 50-yard touchdown run after, oddly enough, Phil Maffa had been in getting reps. Maffa fumbles, and then they sub in Blue, and it's good that he took advantage of it, but it is also a little bit like, okay, are you splitting reps still with Phil Maffa at this point, who last year was let go at the end of training camp on the sole basis of he's too similar to Javonte Williams? How
much do we take from the first day of practice when we see Maffa start off as the 2?
So it depends, because you've had before. I remember there was a practice during the summer last year where Ferguson was not the first team tight end, and it felt like, okay, did something happen? Or sometimes you see odd rotations like that. I think it's notable if you see the very next practice, Maffa's the number 2 still.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then there's something wrong with Jaden Blue.
Nick Harris saying that Jaden Blue, with that 45-yard touchdown, it would have been good in pads as well. Nick Eatman said later in practice, Jaden caught a screen pass, also broke free down the sideline before a streaking Savone Revel caught up with him, but not before a 40 to 50-yard gain. Rashawn Gary punched out a football. Caleb Downs recovered it. PJ Locke limped off the field, went to the injury tent. The great Brian Broaddus, this is why he's out there, along with co-hosting on the KNC Masterpiece. He got the immediate medical info saying it looks like it's going to be a knee for PJ Locke, but he should be okay.
And that's good news, because he's somebody who, as we saw yesterday when they lined up for first-team defense, when they're in the nickel, it's Downs. Downs is at corner. He's not playing safety. It's Malik Hooker. It's Jalen Thompson. But P.J. Locke is supposed to be involved in those rotations, and P.J. Locke is supposed to have a presence in terms of their defensive rotations. But the big thing with him as well, and we've talked about this during the offseason, he is sort of like the scheme evangelist. Like, this is the guy who's supposed to be here, who has spent the most time in the secondary working with Christian Parker of anybody on the roster, and is supposed to be able to come in here and communicate ideas to guys. And, hey, if you got some confusion, PJ's done it before, go talk to PJ. Or, hey, communicate with PJ while you're on the field. So him being off the field would be significant. Good to hear that it's not too serious.
Ralph James.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to stand up after I tell you, you're going to get worked up. And if you go to social media and look at this play, you won't be able to stand up. Throw of the day. Joe Milton threw a damn rope to Mingo. And I don't know how high up this thing actually got off the ground. It was a 50-yard strike to Jonathan Mingo, one of the loudest roars of the day. Unfortunately, Joe Milton also doing his scatteraboo impression. Shut up, Bobby. He performed a backflip right there before practice. He said, I did my first one when I was 3 years old. It just comes natural. So Joe Milton out there doing backflips with this 50-yard throw. Did you see it?
I did.
That's a rope.
This is what Joe Milton does. Joe Milton is the most electrifying.
Is that Joe Milton, like, summarized by two things perfectly, with goofing around doing a backflip and then throwing a 50-yard rope?
Yes. I mean, basically, the 50-yard rope sums up Joe Milton perfectly because it happens in practice, not in the game.
Like the 50-yard rope sometimes happens when it's a 12-yard out.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah, like I've always said, Joe Milton's problem is that Joe Milton throws the same ball on a deep route that he does on a simple slant, 5 yards down the field.
That's not just a like rub. I mean, that's a pretty throw though,
and
that is a line drive,
effortless, and it's a flick of the wrist, and that's why he's got the number one arm on Madden. Number one arm in the league. He's the only 99 thrower.
And Dak coming in as number 6 on the Madden quarterback list, Bobby?
I believe he was 7 on this list. All I know is he was above Justin Herbert, which you would agree with. Yeah, he came in at,
the newly engaged Justin Herbert.
That's right.
7, one spot behind Drake May. You got a problem with that?
Yeah, I do have a lot of problems with that.
Quote of the day comes from Brian Schottenheimer, and man, I love this. George Pickens is as dialed into meetings as I've seen since he's been here. You're going to see a very motivated GP this season. That's great news for us and bad news for the rest of the league.
And that's great. When you hear that quote, the only thing you have to then go whenever you hear a coach say anything is, okay, what's the reality, though? Because that's exactly what Dallas wanted out of Prove It this year, was they wanted him to be locked in. They wanted him to be focused and motivated and do different things like that. I tend to lean towards that's probably just an honest assessment from Shoddy, because he had no problem last year being like, yeah, George has problems being on time. George has problems doing this. He does it even when he would praise him. He'd sit there and go, yeah, he's got to get better at details. The fact that he's praising him like that makes me feel comfortable that he's giving a genuine assessment. And I know yesterday Pat Doney had jumped on with KNC, and he was saying that one of his observations he's had from being around the team this summer and then into training camp is just that he does feel like Pickens seems genuinely like motivated and locked in on, hey, I'm going to use this the right way as fuel.
Yeah, and then you're going to have to figure out whether, some of this is, how much of this is for the contract? How much of this is best behavior, activity, and action?
Yeah, I think they understand that I think a lot of people understand that it's going to be like that. Like, this is what you put him in this position by just giving him the franchise tag. I think we all have to expect that he's going to have some moments where he's a little bit upset by not having a contract, but B, also have moments where he's like, oh, I got to remember, I got to be on my best behavior.
Do we even know that he gets, like, I don't even know. I think of it as like, maybe he'll be upset. I just think of like, he forgets he has a contract, and so he's just like, yeah, I'm just chilling right now. Or like, it's one of the, he doesn't strike me as like it's almost a little more infuriating at times. It's not even like that he's a bad attitude guy sometimes. Sometimes it's just he's aloof and kind of like spacey and just like, I guess we're playing.
24 hours have passed, and Max Crosby, to my knowledge, is not a Dallas Cowboy, so I'm disappointed by that. Our guy Trey Wingo said, keep an eye on the next 24 hours. Dan Graziano, who Bobby says will kind of sprinkle in. You really got to look for it. But he'll sprinkle in a little Cowboy knowledge and maybe a report here and there. Graziano, ESPN NFL insider. Listen to what he said about what the Cowboys may or may not be willing to offer with this Max topic.
You want your team to be aggressive. You want your team to stretch and make moves like this. The Cowboys haven't been that kind of team. They're more of the philosophy of, if we're good every year, one of these years it'll click for us in the playoffs. Rashawn Gary was the move they made after they figured they weren't going to get Max Crosby. Their team physician was part of the medical staff that evaluated Max Crosby, came up with a result with the physical that turned Baltimore off the trade. So they have some insight into the condition of his knee and what it would be worth to spend to get him. I think it's probably less than what the Raiders are looking for.
I think it's probably less than what the Raiders are looking for. That's the thing I took away from that clip. And I put out the poll question to the Tolos at 1053SS. Got 1,000 votes on it. It should have been more. We're on the home of the Cowboys. It's a hot topic. It should be more. It should be more than 1,000. What would you give it for Max Crosby today? And try to realistically factor in what would get the deal done. First round pick, second and change. That's my category. KNC both said first yesterday in crosstalk. Third and nothing more. That's RJ Choppy's category. Nothing or wait till you see what you have in training camp or how the season goes. 48% voted second rounder and change. 38% said first, and then 6% each for a third and nothing more, or just don't do it at all or wait.
You know, we always fall into these because it's exciting to hear a name.
Yeah.
And then you get reminded, and this reminded us on Twitter, like high-paid defensive ends, when do they win Super Bowls? Like that's not.
I don't think of that as a real thing. I think that's a convenience.
Really?
I think it's more of a convenience stat. Well, I mean,
high-paid pass rushers win. It's just a lot of times teams have, like, the reason when you say, like, how often do they win? Well, like, you've got Patrick Mahomes on your team, and they had a stud pass rusher. It's just it was on the interior. Aaron Donald won a Super Bowl. He was their stud pass rusher on the interior. I think it's just been an application of who's had the person where.
List in order for me, Chop, your current most important positions in football. List them in order.
Quarterback.
One. Yep.
Wide receiver.
Wide receivers two. Okay.
Tackle.
Yep. And then it's going to be a choice.
It's either
going to
be edge or corner.
Yeah.
It's important. I'm not saying it's not an important position. No, it's absolutely important.
So I'm saying, like,
yeah, there's no doubt.
If it's arguably the fourth, at worst, fifth most important position, how much do we really put into that stat?
Yeah, I struggle with it because, like, sooner or later, and we talk about this with with other sports. Like, let's just say the guy doesn't have is a pitcher without great velocity. Okay, people are obsessed with velocity. The guy gets people out. Sooner or later, his ability to get people out matter more than his velocity. Right? Just sooner or later, like, you got to just deal with, hey, this guy may not have all the metrics that you want, but what he's doing is working. And sooner or later, that stat, or whatever you want to call it, has to take some significance. Okay. After a while. And that may not be like gospel where you just say, oh, well, we're not just going to take anybody. Because I think if you look at it, highly paid defensive ends have won Super Bowls before they became highly paid defensive ends.
Like if I think of the top...
Like Nick Bosa got to one before necessarily he got paid.
But if I think of the immediate, who have been the top three best DNs, pass rushers in football, they have not been on championship teams. Myles Garrett was going to have no chance. TJ Watt was not going to have a chance with no quarterback. And the Cowboys have not been a championship team with Micah. So you do have to also factor in who they're playing for.
And if you had a stud pass rusher, just to be consistent, if you had the Myles Garrett on all the Kansas City winners, wouldn't you then say, yeah, but they had Pat? Like, you wouldn't give him credit for it anyway.
We're going to test it out this year if we don't get Max with Rashawn Gary and Ezeraku and Christian Parker's system to go ahead and overcome it. We'll test it out. Inside the Star on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Would you go to a game if you weren't allowed to sit? A college football team is trying this out, and Peyton's going to let you know how to finally score on your next flight. It's The Payload. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get...
RJ segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
Ugh.
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. It is time for the payload every single Thursday at this time. And guys, we got to talk some sports here on the payload. It just means more in the Big Ten. That's right. Northwestern, of all schools, has taken note over the last 3 college football national champions being all Big Ten schools. You have Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana, all winning national championships. So, of course, they want to be just like those other schools. So what do? Well, they built a new stadium, which is a good start, but they also removed all the seats in the student section. No seats in the student section. That's right. If you are a student at Northwestern and you actually care about sports, you will not have a seat at any home game at their new football stadium. Now, of course, you could just sit on the ground, but this is a little odd for a school that has won 10 games has won 10 games in a season 5 times in the history of their program, which has been around since how long, RJ Choppy?
Northwestern, I would guess their program's been around since the 1800s.
1892.
1892
was their first
Columbus
football
sailed the
season.
ocean
He
blue.
did.
5 times they've won 10 games, so this is a little odd for a little bro school right here, in my opinion.
Oh, bro, huh? Yeah, look, student sections should never be sitting anyway. But you could sit during breaks, during timeouts, during halftime. We would always stand. We would stand on the seat in front of us. So we just had obviously just bleachers, no seat
Yeah,
backs.
just put bleachers, man. Give them the
Yeah.
option.
It's like so.
Well, you
want
to create the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Like the World Cup, #1 takeaway was the fan bases that came here to Arlington.
Do they have seats at AT&T?
Not for the Super Bowls.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think the idea is like anybody who wants the option to sit, they don't want there. But like they want the person who, knowing they don't have an option to sit, still goes, I'm going to the game still.
And I get that, but again, if it was a school name, I don't know, Texas, LSU, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, I get it. Northwestern, you want everyone there. You want everyone to be comfortable. Give them comfy seats.
Yeah.
Don't make them stand.
Well, like the difference is that like a lot of the schools you mentioned, the students are standing anyway.
Right.
They have the option to sit. They're still standing.
And did you say these seats were cheaper or free? What's the price on these?
I don't know the price. Northwestern, they might have a thing where students get in free or there's a package, but this is just the student section. So, I guess if you're a student and you want a seat, you just go off to the other sections. You can buy your seat, I guess.
How many UNT football games did you attend when you were in school, knowing you had a seat?
4 years. Let's see. I went to one my freshman year because we went 1-11. And I went to, I think, 9 other games the last 3 years. I think I went to 2, 4,
and you had a
3.
seat.
I did. Yep. We got in free. We sit everywhere. And any
Free
student
with a seat, and he went to like 8 games or whatever.
He saw Texas Tech in his future. They basically are trying to and need to create tarps off at your sorry college football programs.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. And then, like I said, I have no idea what the cost is. Every school's different. For us back then, it was you just went and scan your ID.
Which, again, it was a mistake watching the Rangers with Ollie last night as he goes, why are they naked, Dad? You can go to a baseball game naked? I was like, they have shorts on, son.
I agree. I still want to know where the girls are.
They'll come around to it one day. One day we'll get them to do it. But right now, just a guy thing right now.
I'm all for equality.
You don't have to do this, Northwestern. Make football fun again for students who actually care about their classes more
said
than
that about
sports.
breasts from the very beginning. It's just
Me too.
more round skin.
Yeah,
Round
Show
skin, yeah.
It's equal.
Sometimes why are the nipples are bigger?
Are they? Is that
depending
proven?
on the person.
I mean, come on. Have you not? When was the last guy you saw with
Zach Walchuk.
No.
His boobs.
The nips, man. Come on.
I thought you meant the bigger nipple.
No, he's talking the actual nipple.
No, I know. Have you seen
He's still
Wolchuk's
talking about
nipples?
Wolchuk's nipples. Like what he said was still a great answer.
Yeah, I mean,
How did you? When? Well, where? How? Why?
So on the nosebleed seats way back then, they had a segment where they would take off their shirt. I think it was when Jared Sandler, they'd have Sandler on, and we'd all take off our shirts. And, my nips were a little big. Eric had normal size, and Wolchuk's were extra large pepperoni.
Peyton does have glass gutters.
Yes. Yeah.
National Geographic came in here to take a picture of old Zach.
Yep, they are traffic
For the
cones
204,
sometimes.
like, what if you're down 53 zip? You can't sit at this Northwestern place. You just leave, right? You just leave.
Right.
Yeah, if you're down
Or you just
53
take up
zip.
somebody else's seat because nobody goes to those games anyway.
If I had a seat, I'm leaving if it's 53 zip anyway.
Yeah.
It is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. Now, guys, we got this next story here.
By the way, Google does say Northwestern gets in free. The students get in free to the stadium.
God, losers, man.
I like it.
And I think you should. But I don't know. I don't know how it is most places now. But like I said, we just scan our ID and get tickets.
Big Ten school, you're getting in free. Gosh,
Listen to you.
Students should get in free. Like I'm paying $50,000 to go to school there. I should get in the game.
Are you
free.
being a Big 12 snob here, an SEC snob? I guess you're being an SEC snob. You would still name Texas first, but here it is, Bobby. The cult mindset.
What happens? This is what happens when you join the cult. But see, even this cultist over here still believes in being able to just go into the game as a student. For free.
Students should get into every sporting event for free. Your tuition should get you in for free. Now you want to pay if you want to have like a fee at the beginning of the season, like a $200,
a PSL, a personal
administration fee. Fine. Students should have one seat for every on-campus full-time student. They should get a seat at the stadium.
But with NIL, how much money are you missing out on?
A lot.
Yeah, you're missing out on a lot.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
find a better way. Not my problem. I'm a student.
Guys, we are
because it's not the policy, so you find a bit different way. You have to get another job, off-campus job.
Right.
we are starting to gamble while in the sky because why not? We just love to gamble. DraftKings and Delta Airlines have launched Sky Picks, where you can basically bet on sports for free right now while on a U.S. domestic flight. You can bet on who will score first in the game, who will win, and so on and so forth. So how it works is they have contests that run throughout a month. And if you are at the top of the leaderboard at the end of the contest or end of the month, you win certain gift cards. Could be food gift cards, Delta Airlines gift cards. These contests allow you to pause your score at the end of each flight, and then you can continue to play on your next flight, or they send you an email link and you can play on your phone even after the flight has landed, as long as you're a Delta Sky Miles member, which is free to join for anyone. Now, with it being free, it's not that big of a deal, but this is obviously the start of sports books in the sky in the future. We are going to have gambling casinos all over in the sky because it's going to start off free, and then they're going to say, well, if you pay for the premium program, you can actually win money back. You can win your flight money back. And so this is just a door that we're opening, and it's going to get really big here soon.
They should be betting on I don't know how they haven't had it where you can bet on whether the plane's going to land on time while you're in flight.
Well, because then one goes down, and then it's an insensitive prop bet.
It's an insensitive prop bet.
Like some other people have done for other topics.
Yeah.
But yeah, you might be looking for this on going to Oxnard. But this is Delta?
Delta Airlines is doing this with DraftKings.
Yeah. Arrivals and departures.
Imagine if you did have like a sports book on a plane that it was like, well, we're taking off from Texas, you can't bet here, but as soon as we pass into skies where it's legal, you can come up to and place your bet at the sports book on the plane.
International skies.
Yeah.
The board in the airport where you're checking your flight, that's actually the Vegas book board.
Yeah, that's the book board.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
The overs,
I think this
unders.
is great.
Well,
Bring it on to America.
I mean, imagine you going on a flight to Vegas or anywhere, your destination, and you lose $2,000 just like that before your vacation even starts.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, that would suck big time. So hopefully it stays just free, but obviously this is they're opening a door here. And sometimes I throw things when I lose a sports bet. Some people get mad. Imagine getting smacked in the head with a phone on your flight because some guy loses their Nerfy for a game or something.
They're Nerfy?
No runs first inning in baseball. It's a really popular bet.
Who do we think is
I've lost a lot of money doing that job.
Do we think Peyton is the most aggressive, in his peak fan watching days, was the most rage-filled sports viewer? Who's the one who would break something?
I think a lot of us in our teen years.
I have broken
threw
stuff
an
as
ottoman across the room once.
I broke a table as an adult.
Yeah, you smash glass when you wake up late, so I'm probably going to say it was you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I'd vote me. But all right, guys, last story here. We'll get to it quickly. An AI robot is being sexualized in the classroom in New York, and that's not a good thing, guys, because a school district in upstate New York is hitting pause on plans to deploy an AI-powered humanoid robot in the classroom after teachers and local residents raised concern that this looked just like a sex bot. The company of this bot, krld-fm, does have a sister company, Intima, which produces sex bots, but this technically wasn't a sex bot, but there were some red flags because this company is related to krld-fm. So this bot's name was Sally. Fairly cute. I think if you saw a picture of her, she's kind of cute, kind of attractive, but she is a robot, so we're not going to go there. But she was purchased by the school district for a whopping $60,000. So we have an $18,000 coffee machine, and they have $60,000 female robots running around New York. Sally's purpose was to enhance the education of high school students studying robotics and technology fields. The president of the labor union New York State United Teachers, Melinda Person, said, quote, "A robot built by a company associated with sex dolls has no business in our classrooms." Do you have a problem with this if this got passed?
Yeah, I have a problem with parents allowing their kids being taught by a robot. So they have no problem with their kids being taught by a robot, but they draw the line at the kid being taught by a robot that may or may not have been made by a sex toy company.
There's a Pornhub robot.
That's the line?
Her eyes are striking. I will say that. But other than that, doesn't do it for me.
I mean, a lot of people also had concerns that the robot would record conversations or collect students' personal information. But
what are the robot's name, Bobby? Was Peyton May, and she responded finally in Jacob Ray's DMs.
Oh,
she
I heard
slid
that.
in his DMs.
Yeah.
She did not. Let's not get Jacob in trouble. She
he slid into her DMs and she responded to the slide.
Jacob, you dog, man. You dog.
Yeah, she
Jacob.
does have nice eyes, this girl. This
Peyton?
robot. No, the robot.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on. I think they're pretty.
But they did put a beauty mark on her, like on her cheek, and it's like, why did you do that? Unless you were just wanting to create some sort of like allure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes it humanizes it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Payload every Thursday at this time here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Do we have another WNBA problem, and is Paige Beckers in the spotlight this time? This story, this gambling story that's starting to develop online, and there may not be a way out now for Tony Romo after the latest police report. All next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, that Tony Romo defense, it took a hit yesterday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. TMZ with the very latest headline. Tony Romo, open bottle of booze found in the car during OWI arrest. The alcoholic beverage was found on the passenger side of Romo's black Jeep before it was towed from the scene on July 23rd. As a result, he was issued a citation for the open container and is facing a $267 fine. Also cited for operating while under the influence. That's $1,066 penalty. And there was a divide on the internet, an intense one, over how messed up Romo seemed to be. Bobby and Kevin Hagelin, I think along with Corey Majors, were like, no doubt. He is no doubt drunk and he is messed up. You had a lot of other people. I was expecting when you get those videos for it to be a no doubter.
Yeah.
And I think because my expectation was, he's going to be blitzed. He's going to fall all over himself. He was acting like doofy and kind of Romo-y and clumsy with all his questionings over the testing back at the police station. And I don't know, proof-wise what this does to everything, but open container, not good. So at the very least, he will be cited for that.
Yeah, I don't have a great hardcore take on whether he was completely blitzed or not. Like I didn't notice him slurring. He was over questioning. He was over asking questions.
Yeah. And then what next? What do I do now?
Yeah.
And what I did not watch in the original video is this man breaking out into outright football stretching before.
Yeah, that was great.
Leaning against the police vehicle and like
stretching them calves
really
out.
doing plyometrics. Like not just he was in the back of the police vehicle and he's like, "Can I get out? Can I stretch my back?" They're like, "Yeah, you're a taller guy. It's cramped back here." But he went through a full-fledged stretching routine, which is the funniest part of the whole thing.
I was waiting for him to do high knee pulls and soldier kicks. Go karaoke down in there, and I mean, it was doing everything. He was doing the entire gamut of hip flexor stretching. The open container is that one of the oldest things you hear, like never have an open container of alcohol in your vehicle. I did find one in my vehicle years ago. I found an open. It was under the seat because I went to a house. I brought it. I was traveling with it. I brought it back from a house party or whatever, and I just left it in the car. And then, I was cleaning out the car like months later, and there it was. And I'm like, all right, I don't really buy into the whole open container law anymore because I wasn't drunk when I had, when I could have gotten pulled over at this time. It was just in the vehicle from time before. But it also, if you get pulled over, everybody would say that. Everybody would say, well, I didn't use it today. Yeah. So you have to. That's like you have to get punished for it.
There will still be defenders on the text right now. There will be people who say, who's in the passenger seat? He was clearly driving, so that was not his bottle. So that's just ridiculous that you would have. There was a video that had gone viral recently of, I think it was an NBC5 video when they first made open container laws in the state of Texas, and there's this guy going like, "What? So I can't just crack open 2 beers driving home anymore? Is this even America?" Like completely unironically.
It's a great video.
That's what it feels like it is with the Robo Defenders right now. What? You can't just have a pop while you're driving?
She's on a power trip.
Right.
Which there were moments in that where I was a little cringy over her questioning and lack of explanation over the DUI terms and all that stuff. But not a great developing piece of news for Tony Romo. This is not at all a good piece of news for the WNBA. Worst take nominee. Line it up for Wednesday or for Friday at 9:00. The WNBA's official Twitter account, their official account, put out this banter between Angel Reese and Paige Beckers, who played last night. The Dream getting the 1-point victory over the Wings here in DFW, 82-81. The Wings only scored 17 points in the fourth quarter. They scored 16 points in the first quarter, so I don't know how out of the norm that is. This is Angel Reese and Paige Beckers talking about betting on this game last night at All-Star Weekend.
At All-Star Weekend, you and Angel made a bet with each other on this game. Is that bet still?
This is how the rich stay rich. You gotta save this money. I'm gonna see you next week on Wednesday.
Yeah.
At night?
No, at practice.
Oh, at practice? I mean, I know y'all gonna lose, but if y'all lose, I get to have that. If y'all win, you get 400. I get 400. And if we lose, then you get. No, you owe me 400. Bet. I'll say moment.
All right, so it's a $400 bet. Well, last night after the game, how does no one from WNBA PR or the team in which Angel Reese plays for, how do they not catch wind of this at all on social media and tell Angel, hey, this is a thing, this is a topic, this is a story, don't go anywhere near it? Because this was Angel starting off her post-game presser.
Yeah, I'll be requesting my Apple Pay after this. But no, I mean, Paige is a great player. When you, hold her to 16 points, it's tough. She's just so good, and her mid-range is obviously so good. But I think our defense tonight, Rye did a good job, and Borlase when she was thrown at her, and everybody that was thrown at her tonight, I think they did a good job holding her together. But I'm glad we just got this win as a team.
All right, that's enough. What's the problem? Under Section 5C, any player found guilty of wagering money or anything of value on the outcome, score, or aspect of a WNBA competition is subject to fines, suspensions, or outright disqualification. So the league's official account tweeted out that video and then quickly took it down. Good gosh.
It's the dumbest league ever.
Yeah.
It's
don't gamble.
It's such a stupid league. And the people who run it are even dumber somehow. I didn't know that was possible. We are foolish to think that, like, nobody is the two guys never bet on the 3-point contest on who was going to win it.
Right.
That nobody had a side bet. You're crazy if you don't think PGA Tour golfers don't have a side bet on who's going to go lower on this round of golf. You're insane to think that some of them don't.
And I think there's an easy way out of this. Like my bigger
the All-Star game, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
Like that's the way out of it. It's like we're betting on the All-Star game.
No, they bet on last night's game.
Oh, I know, but one of them was on the All-Star game. One of the videos was about the All-Star game too.
Okay.
And
well, to me, it's just like no money's ever were exchanged. Go check out the Apple Pay. Like, no one paid anyone. We were just bantering about it. The problem here is what this says about the league and all the leadership on down to the social media.
I'm going to defend the WNBA.
Uh-oh.
Not really. I'm just going to explain away. I don't think it's when people are talking about it, it's hilarious that the WNBA would tweet it when it's in their collective bargaining agreement. But also, I know the commissioner is not running the Twitter account. Some social media girl who has not read the collective bargaining agreement, probably not a single word of it, is the one who posted it and that was told, we can't do that.
Just like Pat Riley was not running the Heat YouTube.
Yeah, and so it's one of those things where it's like, all right, yeah, it's a bad look because it is the front for what they do, but it's a silly rule. Like if they bet $400 like between just you and me, like we got this. I don't think that's the same thing. I understand it's a slippery slope, and it's the way it's connected, but to me, that's something that I assume they just generally look the other way on. The problem is it was mic'd up and it got out.
You can't post it.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
And then there was another incident. Again, the WNBA is about everything off the floor. Sorry. That's just the way it is. These storylines supporting this league getting talked about are controversial. And that's the way they get talked about. At least on this show. The Seattle Storm had an incident last night. And it involved a Seattle Storm co-owner and two fans. Of course, this has to be at a Caitlin Clark game, so I'm sure that everyone else will be blaming Caitlin Clark over this. There was a demonstration outside the arena, and yet a crowd of a few dozen gathering to support Sophie Cunningham and to promote a statewide ballot initiative. Sophie Cunningham has been in the news lately, RJ Choppy, because
she had she's a podcast, and she talked about how she wants to keep men out of women's sports. That was what she said.
So this
good-looking girl.
We don't know.
I mean,
this ballot initiative would bar transgender students from participating in girls' athletics at Washington schools. Some members of the protest group were carrying signs in support of Sophie depicting the chromosomes. Different chromosome shirts were being worn at this protest. Some of them were also inside the arena during the game. And then you had the owner, the co-owner get involved, and we have a whole complete mess again.
Whole mess. Another whole mess. And USA Today will blame Caitlin Clark for this, I'm sure. But
kind of her fault.
Who was it yesterday? Was it Elle Duncan?
Oh, I didn't see that. That blaming Caitlin for this thing, too?
Yeah, Elle Duncan. Not on this, but, in general.
Yeah. Look, when you have an owner berating teenage girls, it's a bad look. It really is a bad look. And then, you have Sophie Cunningham she's got a following. She's one of the bigger followings in the league. And then, she's outspoken about it. Her podcast co-host is outspoken on the other side about this.
Wes Wilson.
Yeah, Wes.
He's been involved in the Bravo drama.
He's on that
Scandival Part 2.
Is he on your Summer House?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Summer House?
He was. He's gone.
He's
now.
gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. Well, he disagrees with Sophie on this. So they kind of have a back and forth, apparently, on their podcast. This is more bad drama.
The co-owner allegedly made mocking gestures and insults to the girls. Apparently, there was more fallout afterwards. They were getting the hostility as well. So here's the very latest on that.
Just the dumbest league.
It really is.
The dumbest league with the dumbest people running it. And consistently shooting themselves in the foot. It almost at times feels like parody like that they're trying to go out of their way to do, like almost like, hey, let's do this as a bit, like that. It doesn't even feel like real decision making at times.
And then the fever didn't make Sophie and Caitlin available to the media, which, can you imagine? There's no NFL. Does a quarterback has to talk after every NFL game, right? Unless there's some extenuating circumstance.
I mean, everybody has to talk.
You have a family emergency. Maybe you duck out of there and they don't fine you. But LeBron James speaks after games.
Yeah, and supposedly one of the girls that was getting berated got yelled at by an older woman.
Take the trash out or something like that.
They were saying they were being called effing insane, and then one of them was supposedly one of the co-owners. So here you go. This will be all over your televisions this morning.
That's what a great league. The W.
Could you imagine a co-owner of an NFL or NBA team berating
David
teenage
Tepper
fans? Mm-hmm. Tepper?
Yeah. It's like Tepper running an entire league. That's what the WNBA is.
877-881-1053. So I saw this from Brick Center yesterday, the video, and I was like, all right, is this going to go anywhere? Then Clay Travis, of course, posting it, and now, FoxNews.com, so starting to blow up a little bit. 877-881-1053. The Franklin Franco fan text here on DFW Sports Station. Is a Dallas Cowboy going to apologize for a bald Bobby Belt? We take you back inside the Star, and cool or corny for Dak's new nickname for the Cowboys offense. Back to training camp reports in Oxnard after this.
It's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Little practice recap for you yesterday as they got on the field. A little more highlights and video activity than I was anticipating, so I was excited about that. In case you missed the recap at 6:20, seemed to be a nice explosive day for Jaden Blue. Rashawn Gary with a punch-out, Caleb Downs recovery. Patrick Walker with a little bit more on Caleb Downs. Said he sure did not look like a typical rookie, looked far more confident than a typical first-year player would, and he also was tasked already with facing Dak in the first-team offense. He did so as both a nickel corner and a safety. P.J. Locke got hurt, but Brian Broaddus says it's a knee issue that should be okay. Joe Milton with the throw of the day with a 50-yard laser to Jonathan Mingo. Earlier in the day, Rashawn Gary was named by Brian Schottenheimer as one of the members of the Cowboys Leadership Council. And Dak Prescott has a new slogan for this year's offense. You got to vote cool or corny on the fan text. Tyler Guyton says Dak's new slogan is Gotti or Goaty.
I assume it's Gotti.
Gotti. You know what it stands for, Choppy?
Goaty is greatest of all time. I do not know what it stands for.
Greatest offense there is.
Okay.
Little Gotti. Greatest offense there is. I'll go first. Corny.
Acronyms usually are just corny to me, so I'm going to say corny. But it is cool that they can just yell Gotti while they're playing now.
Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, it's an acronym. It's something that you absolutely expect from football teams. I
thought you would love it. Abbreviations?
I love it. Well, I would say that's an abbrev.
Okay.
Right?
It's an acronym.
It's an acronym, which can be good. It can be good. You know, like, would you consider like combining two names to be like Sarah and I, we go by SARJ? Is that an acronym?
No, it's not, because it doesn't stand. Like, each letter doesn't stand for something. Like, for instance, acronym would be when Sean's like the cockmaster, because it's the king of compensation.
Yes. It is corny, but I still love it. But it is corny.
Greatest offense there is. We have fallen.
It's also factually incorrect.
I mean, there is, like, is as in, depends on...
Define is.
Yeah, it depends on what your definition of the word is. But if he's saying is, like, presently, there's an argument that they could be right now the best.
And Clayton Adams is a big part of that. Our buddy from the Combine in Indianapolis, Cowboys offensive coordinator, Brian Schaub. I don't know what head coach in the league could love his coordinators more than Brian Schottenheimer does. He's glowing all the time about Christian Parker, and he loves Clayton Adams as well, who he expects to be a head coach for someone else very, very soon. And this is audio that Chiafalo got.
Yeah, this is him on with Robert Mays over at The Athletic, which Eric was talking about it, and then I was looking through. I was trying to find a text yesterday. I noticed I'd missed a text Sunday. Reggie had texted me from Houston. He was like, I'm listening to this Robert Mays interview with Clayton Adams. He's like, holy cow, he's smart. He's like, he's really, really good.
And even though Clayton Adams is the offensive coordinator, Clayton wanted to make it very, very clear this is Brian Schottenheimer's offense.
Well, I would say right now, like what we're doing right now is Brian Schottenheimer's offense. You know, it's a lot of it is, you know, it's just, we've blended a million different things, and there's stuff the Cowboys have just done forever that you're just going to, because Tony Romo used to do it. But like, I would say that the DNA of this offense is very much what Brian Schottenheimer, you know, is as a play caller and what he believes in as an offensive coach. Now, within that, you know, one of the reasons that he hired me is he really wanted to you know, like, make a mess a little bit more in the run game and be a little bit more creative there and with some of the play action stuff. And so, you know, that's, I think, an area that we've changed a little bit. But, you know, this is, I would say, like, right now, you know, this is the Brian Schottenheimer system. And so I'm part of that tree.
Now, we obviously love Shotty's personality. He loves Clayton Adams. What else does Clayton respect about the Cowboys head coach?
another thing that Shadi's done a really nice job of, and he did the thing in creating a staff the last 2 years that I think every 20-year head coach is like, hey, what would you do? How would you do it different? It's like, hey, don't hire just your friends. Go find the best. And everybody says that and nobody does it. And he's done a really good job of that. And it's been incredible for me to watch that and go through the process. And really, he allowed me to sit in and help with all the defensive interviews this year. And it was really, really mind blowing for me how much you learn. And not just about football, but about yourself and about other people and how you want to act and things that you admire and traits that you don't admire. So, to me, that's been really important. And then he's done a great job of, making some social connectivity on the staff. So it's not just we're a bunch of dudes that go to work and spend all this time together, but don't spend any time outside of football. He always throws a big party at the end of OTAs for the whole staff, and everybody has a really nice time. I had the offensive staff over to my house, and the defensive guys were all upset about it. I'm still wearing that one, but we try to do things outside of football, and we spend enough time together as it is, but you have to have you don't have to be all best friends, but you got to be able to tell each other the truth without, creating nuclear war.
So, first off, 2 takeaways. One, massive overlap from Robert Mays there. That was way too long a laugh for the defensive guys are upset they weren't invited to the party. But
I don't like calling out too many people for fake laughs. We're all guilty.
We are guilty. The fake laugh is fine. He gave 8 chuckles. I think past chuckle 4, it's like, okay, pull back, dude. The other thing there, he mentions it a little bit where he talks about he got to sit in on the defensive coordinator interviews. That is something that, so it's not normal to have offensive coordinator or even kind of expand a circle of people who are going to be part of the process of looking. Schottenheimer did do that. He expanded it into the personnel department and stuff like that.
Makes total sense.
And it not only does it make sense in terms of hey, cover your bases. You may have relationships we don't have. You may be able to help with this or that. It also, you hear it in Clayton's voice, and you've heard it from other guys that it made an impact on them of hey, I felt valued in a way that I don't normally feel in a way that is unusual, somebody who wanted to know my opinion or wanted my help. It gives them good experience.
It also shows security. It also shows security from Schottenheimer. That he's hey, I want your opinion on this as well. I know I'm the decision maker along with Jerry and Steven, but if Clayton Adams gets a head coaching job in 2 years and they love Christian Parker and he's everything that everyone's hyping him up to be, Christian Parker should be in the next offensive coordinator interviews. He should be in there to be all right, because Christian Parker is going to throw probably some defensive principles and different ideas and different tests at an offensive coordinator, talk different philosophies that one person, albeit the head coach who's an offensive guy, may not have.
Yeah, and it could be even as simple as
4 heads are better than one, I always like to say.
And I think my understanding is it didn't even just extend into you got to sit in on the interview. It extended into, hey, Clayton, this is somebody we're looking at. Why don't you make some calls to people you trust and tell me what their feedback is? They've got to be involved in the whole process of gathering everything. I think that really made an impact on a lot of people on staff who felt valued by Brian Schottenheimer in a way that's not normal for most coaching staffs.
I always love this question, whether we're asking it to Garrett or McCarthy or Brian Schottenheimer. How does the offense change as the season goes? How many more new things you draw up you put in
play in the dirt.
4 new plays, a play in the dirt. How does the offense change as the season goes? Cowboy OC Clayton Adams.
I wouldn't say very much of it at all comes or goes. I mean, there's going to be some new things you pick up along the way, but I'm always very wary to throw something brand new on the players. And that's why the off-season studies are so important. It's all right, let's get a couple reps and a walkthrough and an install of this thing in the off-season. I would just say your percentages rise and fall. And to me, that happens it's happened every single year that I've been coaching is man, we're going to be really good at whatever. We're going to be an outside zone team this year. I can just see it. I can feel it. And you get to week 3 and you're we're not an outside zone team at all.
So how
makes sense.
Some of the offense changes throughout the year.
It makes sense. I mean, he's probably right. You're not going to have brand new. First of all, the league's been around 100 years. How much brand new is there? But you would just take things out that just don't work.
hard to install, like full install new concepts in the middle of a season. Like when you're getting ready for specific game plans and stuff like that. That's, like he said there, why they spend so much time in ramp up. Like, let's get the macro done, and then we'll focus each week on every team.
Now, we've seen plays run. We saw this. There was like a couple of triple reverse option throws. We saw one, and then the next week we saw a different team run the same play. The very next week.
Yeah, you'll get some swiping of a play or two, but like he said, full like, hey, we're going to change the way we do this or whatever, it's much more difficult.
Finally, from Clayton Adams, how has Dak Prescott taken to the new tweaks from you and Schottenheimer?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, number one, like Dak just wants to win, and so he is like the most incredible guy when it comes to that type of thing. I mean, he's not like one of these pompous dudes that's going to push back on a whole bunch of stuff. He will when he feels convicted on something, but you know, he likes doing like different stuff, and I think he likes the changes that we made. And I think if you're trying to create success for your team, like that looks a lot different than just having 500 passing yards a game. Because, you know, if you're trying to build your normal down and distance stuff inside out, like where does the smoke break for your left tackle come from? Where does the smoke break for your tight end come from?
I love that.
You know, and so like, like there's one thing that I know for sure is like those dudes aren't as good at pass rushing when they don't know it's a pass. So, you know, if you can try to kind of live in that world, as much as you can, you're just not exposing different parts of your team that maybe aren't as good as Dak, or, you know what I mean? And so you've got to live with the roster that you have and the players. You need to be able to develop them without just completely shell shocking them. And so, you know, to me, that just gives you a little bit more of the ability to help develop areas that maybe aren't as experienced.
If the offense is good again this year, he's getting a head coaching job next year. Clayton Adams will, because he's too impressive in the interview sections. He's got a clear, like, one of the things people like when they get a chance to sit down. Years ago, everybody thought Kellen Moore was going to get the job at Boise State, and he didn't, even though that was his alma mater and everything else, because when he walked in there, they were like, there's not a vision yet. And we can't like run around rudderless. Clayton Adams like has an idea of like, this is the way things need to be, and this is the way that we move forward. And if he builds up a second year of a resume like this and shows consistently, I know how to run the ball in this day and age, and I know how to get the most out of players, then he's going to get a job.
Have we seen a lot of offensive coaches who, it's not their playbook, get hired as head coaches? Have we seen a lot of that?
McDaniel did. Mike McDaniel got hired. Not like that's a great, I'm just saying Mike McDaniel got hired without ever calling plays.
Training camp coverage in Oxnard brought to you in part by the On-Time Experts, AC, Heating and Plumbing, Best Buy Windows and Siding. You have Wild Fork Foods, Academy Sports, Hurtado Barbecue, just part of the amazing people making the training camp coverage possible, and a great job by the KNC Masterpiece yesterday. I have to applaud these boys. They're going to join us for the final hour today because of 10:30 pregame for Rangers baseball. So starting at 9 o'clock, KNC from California. And they sat down with Donovan Ezeraku yesterday and brought up Bobby's bald head because of too much faith in Easy's rookie season.
One Bobby Bell had a really high number for you, and he's on our morning show. You'll see him out here next week. He ended up losing his hair and had to have his head shaved last year. Yeah. Do you think if he puts a high number on that again this year, that he will again lose his hair?
I don't want to put a number out there or anything like that. I understand that last year, he might have said a pretty high number, and I apologize that he had. I
believe it was 6.5 was the over.
He doesn't look too bad bald now. He doesn't look too bad.
That's what we told him. That's what we told him.
Please say that one more time, because do you know, immediately after that, he put a hat back on, said he refused to look in the mirror until his hair grew back out.
He doesn't look too bad bald.
Yeah, one of the top three dumbest Bobby moves during his morning tenure.
Never saw it.
Really good. I should say really good.
He didn't look really good.
You look fine.
Pretty great.
You look great 20 years ago.
I was going to say, that's twice that Choppy has talked about how good I look. It's just one was 15 years ago.
I saw a picture of Bobby when he was like 22 years old. I was like, hey, you were a halfway decent looking spaz.
You get what Kristen got now. Now she's stuck. You get what Kristen got, and now she's stuck.
Yeah.
So Ezeraku, getting close to an apology, not wanting to put a sack number out there, and praising Bobby's head after it was shaved. He also talked about differences, because this is, we focus a ton on Guyton offensively. Defensively, you could put Ezeraku into a similar category on that side of the ball. And it's early. Like, we're putting this pressure on him after year one, but we need a pass rush. And that's why you got Max Crosby rumors out there. Here's Ezeraku. Broadus was talking about Ezeraku needing to really step up the other day. Here's him talking about differences year one to year two of camp.
There's a whole lot that gets thrown at you camp one, especially because you're coming off of, draft prep, all that good stuff, OTAs, minicamp, you're nonstop, you're learning a whole new scheme or whatever the case may be. This year, I think, granted, we are learning a new scheme.
Right.
I feel like I'm able to grasp that pretty well. I'm not really thinking about too much outside of that. But my mindset is playing free, playing fluid. Being the athlete that I am, yes, but really embodying that. I feel like in a way, I still did play tight last year. It's so much being thrown at you, and you kind of got to learn from that. Like I said, that learning curve. So that's pretty much my mindset going forward.
Really good interview. Really kind of open and honest, assessing his own game. Final one here, Donovan Ezeraku with the KNC Masterpiece. You talked about a new scheme. Talk to us about Christian Parker and what he's running.
Yeah, I think I had a good relationship with our previous staff, but I can say that I have a good relationship with Coach CP. Scheme-wise, I think, I maybe this is, not selfishly, but like having the confidence that I have, I think that I can play in whatever scheme. I'm very open to this new scheme that we have, and I think that Coach CP does a great job of explaining what he wants his guys to do and how he wants it to be done, and I think that I can go and apply that. So I believe, yes, this is going to help me as well as help some of my teammates as well.
So there's Donovan Ezeraku yesterday with the KNC Masterpiece with the coverage at Cowboys training camp. The Rangers have made a move, and the top baseball insider with the very latest on deadline rumors in Diamond Cavs at 8 o'clock on your home for Rangers baseball. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Bad news. You can no longer get the hub here in Texas.
I thought Aiden said you never could.
Him. Well, no, not that one. This is the actual bar, the hub in Allen, Texas, which was one of the more expensive entertainment developments we've seen post-COVID, like right here in DFW, and it's already shut down. This is Neighborhood Watch, presented by D&M Leasing. You can check them out, dmautoleasing.com. The Hub in Allen 4 years ago opened up. It was one of the more popular spots that existed. It's a very they've got kind of like a beer garden and really trendy, cool-looking area. Mm-hmm. And last week, they kind of just abruptly announced, 4 years into this, we're done. Now, apparently, they plan on, whoever the developer was that opened it or that purchased the property and shut it down, is planning on redeveloping it and calling it something new and changing it.
This would be a dream spot for me.
It's great.
It looks amazing.
I've been out there.
I never went.
Twice. I think it was a really cool area, and it was really popular during the World Cup. And last Thursday, CBS 11 and JD Miles had a report on it.
From these recent social media posts promoting World Cup watch parties, you wouldn't think the Hub in Allen would be just days away from closing its doors for good. But this is what it looks like today. The only activity is from workers cleaning out the bars and restaurants in this 4-year-old $20 million development.
We are taking our arcade machines because the Hub is closing down. So we had to take all the machine out because no one's going to be here no more.
The 35,000 square foot entertainment venue included a 27-foot Jumbotron and a live concert stage, surrounded by multiple dining venues.
I'm really surprised because it looked like a fun place to be, and bring your family and friends, or even dates. Go down like this.
No one with the property would speak on the record, but it's believed the hub struggled financially because expected residential and office growth around it has been slow to materialize.
$20 million
seems high,
invested in that 4 years ago. And yeah, that's
no wonder why it can't stay open. I mean, it costs $20 million. How much do you have to make to pay that back?
Well, and I would imagine you're banking on, like they just talked about there. All right, it's this northern boom. It's this boom of like the Metroplex trying to pick itself up and move north a little bit. Like you're expecting Allen and Melissa and places like that are going to naturally just fill in, and it just sounds like the residential stuff didn't develop the way that they thought it would.
Or, and this may be another part, because I've always wondered, why aren't there more bars, like cool bars in parts where I live, Grapevine, Southlake, Trophy Club, Roanoke, out by me. And, we had, Roanoke's got like a pretty cool little downtown. There's a place called Chop Shop that was there. It opened. It was up over like 5-6 years. Concert spots. You would get good concerts there. Shut down. People in the suburbs don't go to bars. They got kids.
Yeah, and it's tough because it's like, Sean, you've been down to like downtown Louisville where we are and stuff like that, and they've done some really cool developments, like just with
love that bar.
Yeah, and I cannot remember what the heck it's called right now, but you've got like all these different venues down there that have like opened up, and
that's the one where you can put your kids in that soccer net like cage.
Yes.
You lock them in there. No, they don't promote that. I just put my daughter in the soccer net, hoping to keep her.
Yeah,
there.
Buffalo Hirsch is an and
cool
so
place.
like you go down there and it's very like Katy Trail Ice House type of setup, and it's real cool. But there's sometimes you go by and it's like they've got a jumbotron and they're like running football games on the weekend or whatever, and you look and it's like, why don't more people go out there? It's accessible to them. Why don't they go out there? And you start seeing a place like the Hub, 35,000 square feet. 100 people were employed there, so they say it's over 100 like DFW residents that lost their jobs in this. But it's just like kind of an abrupt shutdown right after the World Cup when that place was packed, and it does kind of give you this realization of like foot traffic doesn't even always matter. Like the amount of people like walking through there may not matter if there's just this massive sunk cost that
Think
exists.
about that for the places at the Star, and it's like, all right, all those restaurants and all those businesses. And obviously Frisco is blowing up, but how much were they just relying on all the hotels and all the other businesses being built there for your daily lunch to have business?
Right. Yeah. You're banking on the hotel traffic, and there's a built-in base that you're going to have with it. Also, I feel the Star's kind of a destination more so.
But how many people are going to go for a tour to fill out all those restaurants?
No, just the area. Like it's like, okay, there's a lot of stuff there. You know that.
All right.
I know that like if we're gonna go and say, hey, let's go here to eat tonight.
Yeah.
I know that there's enough restaurants where if one's got a 35-minute wait, I go next door. Yeah.
So, that's disappointing. And I've seen this happen too many times. When we were in Flower Mound, they have this really nice spot. I can't remember if you've ever... Yeah, you guys have both been down there, I think. It's an entertainment hub. This is just going to naturally draw residents, and it doesn't always do that.
Fan text here. There's a battle between people with kids and people without them who don't want to go to venues with kids running around.
Yeah.
Young people don't party anymore, or they meet the girls online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how much of this do you think is that? Just drinking culture starting to die off here in the U.S.?
Probably a good amount.
I would assume.
Of impact.
Why would you go to a bar if you don't drink?
Yeah, but I mean, like, it is still like this is just now, one of the things I know a lot of people talked about with the hub was like, it's outdoors and it gets hot, and there's a lot of people who they'll reach points where it's like, I'm not going outside. I'm not going to go sit outside at the hub. That's just not what I want to do right now. But there are a couple different places like that have had their issues, and the hub is the most recent casualty of that. All right, Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, I said the hub, and you thought I was talking about another one. Well, the very first exposure that
You'll
I
be back at the hub in a few days
to the seedy world that exists in DFW was recently indicted over near Harry Hines Boulevard. So I saw this story and I was like, what the heck is this? So it's an 8 federally indicted in alleged Harry Hines sex trafficking operation. Stunning this would have happened on Harry Hines. Nobody's ever associated it with that. The great Randy Galloway once had the line, I remember.
That's a different street, Aiden. Harry Hines.
Harry Hines.
I remember the great Randy Galloway's line always used to be when he used it about Eric Dampier a lot. Where he goes, Eric Dampier couldn't score if you put him on Harry Hines with a fistful of 50s. And so the Harry Hines area, though, was not far from where I grew up. And I remember when I first got my license, me and my brother, being two mischievous little guys, were like, let's go to the adult DVD store. Let's go try to see if we can get in there and like buy a magazine or something. And I remember we drove up to this building that's in the indictment, which I'll get to. Is like we drove up to this building and there were two very large gentlemen sitting by the door with large guns, just in there like, yep, we're here just kind of making sure nothing bad happens.
Dang.
And I was like, let's turn around. Let's never do this again. So I never even drove over there again. But the U.S. Attorney's Office held a press conference on Tuesday regarding a sex and human trafficking investigation at an adult bookstore on Harry Hines Boulevard. The U.S. District Attorney for the Northern District of Texas announced federal grand jury indictments against 8 defendants in connection with a raid at Paris Adult Bookstore. According to Homeland Security investigators, Paris Bookstore engaged in sex and human trafficking for 2 decades. They said Paris Adult Bookstore operated as a sexually oriented business, but the indictment alleges it was far beyond any legitimate business activity. The front of the store did sell novelty items, but the back consisted of locked hallways and rentable rooms used to facilitate commercial acts and human trafficking. Now, I don't know. They said 2 decades. I don't know if they were in that building for 2 decades. But if that was what was in that building when I went by, then it makes sense to me now why there were 2 large men sitting in front of the store with guns at night.
The amount of, I feel like we have been hit with a ton of DFW scandals over the course of the past 2 weeks. Like if I just go down my WFAA app right now, Fort Worth police set to release body cam video today after 2 officer-involved shootings last weekend. 4 police departments involved in search for aggravated robbery suspect that ended with an officer-involved shooting. Crowley ISD bus driver fired after pre-K student left alone on hot bus. Federal raid exposes hidden hallways, locked rooms, and alleged sex trafficking at adult bookstore. Every day.
The police are crazy on their way, mofos.
Scandal, and a lot of it having to do with schools and teachers and superintendent type people.
We tried to fix that with the robot teachers, and then they went, no, these are too sexualized. Let's get rid of the robot teachers. And so there's no winning, it doesn't feel like. But there you go, RIP to the first experience that truly terrified me as a teenager. Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. This from WFAA.
Have you been in one of those adult sort of stores? Have you been like into adult?
Like toys and stuff, or a bookstore? Yeah, like adult toy video place. Yeah.
No, okay, so not the video, but yeah, it's when you walk in there. What am I doing in here? There's a moment when you walk in, I'm like, why am I here?
Well, did you buy anything?
What do you have? What's your top two apparati?
I don't know. Ask my son. He went in the drawer.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I always.
When she got one time, I was like, my gosh, where's that going to go?
I always walk in and look at the person running it, and it's never like what you would think. For that, like a bar owner, you're like, all right, I can maybe stereotype you. You're a pit master. All right, you look like you've been grilling all day. And you walk in and you're like questioning your own sex life because you're like, you're obviously a freak.
Yeah.
And you obviously, you messy.
Yeah.
And man, I always just think about that person.
And a lot older than I expected.
That they have or they're doing. Exactly.
So WFAA here in Neighborhood Watch on 105.3 WFAA has a story up. As thrifting surges, Goodwill Dallas is launching a new small format store model in Plano. How has the thrifting craze hit your circles yet?
You want to get rich? We need someone to get into the just lower tier of what these thrifters will accept. Because RJ has been profiled and rejected. My wife has been profiled and rejected. You know, I think of my wife as a decently fashionable person. You know, she's not Mrs. Uptown 24/7, but she likes to try to keep up with the trends. So if she has a bag of clothes, I would think that some other person would want to wear it. Nope. Get up out of here. Yep. And now she's got a ton of baby clothes that she's trying to figure out what to do with. And I know personally she spent money on that. And I don't know how she's going to go ahead and try to make any money off of them because of these snobby thrifters.
Right. And baby clothes, I feel like, don't really go out of style as much because it's like, how many different ways can you make the I'm the cool older brother little onesie?
You want to feel terrible about yourself? Go Design District, go up and down Highline with all the thrift furniture stores. Walk in, look around at the prices. You don't see anyone in there. How are they staying open? And it's insane with the prices. I thought we were trying to sit here and bargain shop for stuff. It's crazy.
No, yeah, like these.
And much of it's crappy.
You think these thrift shops are like to help people who are like, lower income get
Goodwill
stuff.
That's what it was.
That's
It was
called
Goodwill.
And it's just like it's a money. It's just crazy.
Go look at an estate sale. Like Amanda was on an estate sale
I know.
kick.
I love when people die.
She was trying to scout them out and everything. Police barrier setups and lines wrapped around 2 blocks and crazy pricing for that. So it's not cheap.
No, and Jacob really got into this before he left, like going with his buddies and going thrift shopping and getting vintage stuff. And like, is Macklemore to blame for this? Is he the one who started this?
I love
12
that song.
years.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, he was
Tyron Smith.
That was like the jam.
Call
like
that.
what? 14 years ago or whatever it was. Like, did he help push this craze forward? Because Goodwill Industries of Dallas will hold the grand opening of its new retail location at 3000 McDermott Road in Plano on Thursday, August 13th. The location is the nonprofit's first small format store featuring 10,000 square feet of retail space and stocking 5,000 fresh items daily. It is expected to serve approximately 300,000 customers annually. Goodwill converted a shuttered Walgreens into the permanent neighborhood destination, serving as a blueprint for how Goodwill Dallas turns vacant spaces into neighborhood assets. The location brings 70 jobs, a variety of merchandise, and a donation center for neighbors to give gently used items a second home. And they're opening this just in time for back to school. So if you're looking to go thrifting before the kids go back to school, you can jump in at the new store in Plano.
From the 214, full-time reseller here. Dell Baby Clothes and Facebook Marketplace join moms groups. Others. Whatnot. My wife runs 3 shows a month, 6 to 8 hours a month, makes $6K with baby
Whatnot
clothes.
is insane.
What?
That's where I gave you those golf tees and stuff.
I know.
And that was a Whatnot purchase.
Man, we are missing the boat. We're missing the boat on this whole drop shipping thing.
Well done, Roberto. Neighborhood Watch, where we get local every Thursday at this time in the commercial-free expressway. Did Chris Young jump the market? How much will this trade help? And the very latest from a baseball insider on what the Rangers may be thinking. That's next on your home of Texas Rangers baseball with Diamond Cavs after this.
Benham, home of America's team, is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And Gore's first pitch is lifted high into the air, deep right field. Nimmo back to the track, to the wall. It's out of here. Goes the opposite way, does Yandy Diaz with his 15th year. And one pitch into the bottom of the first. The Rays lead at 1-0.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How could you not be romantic about showing up early to the party?
5. I don't know what that means.
That's the point.
Yesterday I said that, and you're like, that's part of the team.
No.
That's the intrigue.
No. I don't know what that is so generalized. I don't know what the topic is. I knew what the topic was in the other one, and he had not revealed the player.
Well, the topic is
Broadcasting 101, Sean.
Being early to the trade deadline.
He has to teach his classes.
To being early to the trade deadline party.
Okay.
Right, so there you go.
6 then.
The Rangers make a swap with the Angels. The intra-division, inter or intra?
Sure, inter.
Inter-division?
Yeah, it's not intra.
Intra?
I've heard intra for something.
Intra something.
I'm Googling it right now, but I think it's inter.
INTRA has been used for something.
Inside the division move.
There you go.
They send Angel Arredondo, an infielder, 19 years old, to the Angels for catcher Logan O'Hoppe, who will be sent to Round Rock, and then reliever Chase Silseth, who is actually pretty decent, and he has been one of the better relievers in the league this year.
Intra.
It is intra.
Yep. Intra is for things that happen inside the same group, section, or team. Inter is used when you mean between two or more different divisions or separate groups.
Okay, so intra-division trade. And, O'Hoppe was a top prospect. He got sent to Anaheim in the Brandon Marsh deal back in 22. Not hitting well this year. It's a 209, 271, 295 slash line, 4 homers in 75 games. He is, over the last couple of years, about a 20-homer guy in each of the last 2 seasons. But, this year, just not getting it done. But he does play. Like, he's a healthy guy. He plays a lot. His starts behind the plate, third most in the American League since 2024, behind only Cal Raleigh and Shea Langoliers, both also in the division.
Bro, his Savant page, the O'Hoppe, is terrified. It is. I don't think I've ever seen a bluer set of rankings for all of his batting metrics.
It's a terrible
Every
ranking,
single one is like
you never like to see that much blue.
And blue means what?
Blue means you're like near the bottom of the league in that category. Like everything except one of them, and its barrel percentage is blue.
Now, one thing he is elite at, he has 51 successful challenges this year. Okay. That's 4th most among catchers in the American League, so he's pretty good about that. That's top 3rd in the American League. So the Rangers do make that trade. Now Silseth is really, like I said, he's really the one that is the main. He's
the quote-unquote headliner.
The headliner. Even though O'Hoppe may have a more prominent name in the sport because relievers, there's like a void of name, but 2.72 ERA.
And he sounds like a beer.
He does sound like a beer. 48 strikeouts in 39 innings, so he has been pretty darn good. And that should help a pen because obviously you got a couple guys on the injured list with Martin, but also you're trying to bolster this pen anyway. And it is a bullpen that has been kind of beaten around over the last several weeks.
So there is a little bit of a volume thing with the Logan O'Hoppe challenges, apparently. So he has a lot of successful challenges, but his success percentage among the top 20 most reverse challenges, he's 16th out of 20 in terms of successful percentage. He's one of only like 4 guys under 60%.
Shut up, Bobby.
Yeah, stop talking.
Jeff Passan with the very latest on what he's hearing about every single team for ESPN.com. Biggest question, around 500 again. Will they continue to be aggressive? Biggest needs, leverage, bullpen arm, steady bat. Best fit, Louis Arise. Another article talking about Arise. Texas pounced on right-hander Chase Silseth, acquiring him and Ohapi from the Angels. And perhaps that answered the above question. Aggressive enough to jump the market and land a solid reliever in Silseth and bounce-back candidate in Ohapi, who in his first 3 seasons did hit 53 home runs. How much more the Rangers do depends on cost, and that goes 2 ways, in prospects and cash.
2 ways.
Texas is not trading 20-year-old shortstop Sebastian Walcott, who's back from elbow surgery and destroying AA. Otherwise, they've got enough talent in their system to land a Rise or potentially an outfield bat, someone to join a lineup with a healthy Wyatt and soon enough Seager. Finally, from Passon, going into their series against Seattle over the weekend, Texas was not sure its direction. Winning 3 of 4 charted the course. And though they're unlikely to be in on the best options, the Rangers don't have much financial wiggle room, they'll survey the landscape and figure to add a couple more players by the time the 5 p.m. deadline rolls around Monday.
Sebastian Walcott, by the way, hit another 450-foot home run yesterday in AA. He's been back for 12 games. He has 6 doubles, 4 home runs. He's hitting .383, and his OPS is 1,200 at Frisco.
Holy smoke!
Wow.
I would say, why is he in Frisco then?
I don't know how Valades only went 420 yesterday with that freaking bomb that he hit.
That was tagged.
I think they were trying to figure it hit something. I don't know whether it dented something or that stopped the distance, but damn.
I'm pro-science, except in home run measurement.
I agree. And
the home run measurements are so... I don't believe some of the numbers they give us.
It was a bomb. And all these home run balls 60 years ago were going further.
You could play your Jordan cut here.
Yeah. But, like, Yankee Stadium's center field wall was 460 feet. And people were hitting it over. Nobody hits a ball 460 feet anymore.
Nobody.
Well, not according to StatCast. I remember Gallo absolutely destroyed one in Minnesota that everybody was like, that's got to be 500 feet. And they came back and I think they're like 390.
And I'm like, no way. I don't believe this. But yeah, we can tie this in. This is the other day. This is your...
And by the way, real quick, obviously a hideous game yesterday for the Rangers offense. Mackenzie Gore did recover, but this game had no singles. Was 7th, did I say, or 8th?
You said 7th.
7th game in baseball history, according to Jared, where no singles were hit in the entire game. The Rangers had 2 base runners through 6. A little chance in the 7th. Tying run up. 2 men on. Cawley strikes out. Osuna with a weak tapper.
I got to hand it to Mackenzie Gore. I thought he pitched phenomenally. He gave up the 3 in the first inning. And, I mean, they didn't sniff a thing in the rest of the game for him.
And then Pepe, you sent a stat about leading late. The Rays are now 56-0 leading after 8 innings. What else did you have, Pepe?
This was leading after 6 innings. The Rangers lead baseball 47-1, and that one loss happened Sunday against the Mariners.
Wow.
I could not have even guessed.
Who says we need bullpen help?
That's right. Could not even have guessed that. Real quick on the fan text, as a Padre fan, you don't want to rise. He has no heart.
We've got a rise already. I don't know why we need him.
And who's that?
Nicky Lopez, baby.
By the way, that's you can't. How is he hitting 5th?
Because Nicky Lopez, since
that's a power position.
Let's see here. Where is he at right now? Since June 7th, Nicky Lopez, I believe, is like 3rd in the American League in batting average. He's hitting .322 over the last 2 months.
But typically the 5 hole is like a more of a power position.
Yeah.
Not...
Well, I think it may speak to your lineup.
Yeah, it may speak to your lineup.
He's hitting .322 and his OPS is .710.
Oh, God. One guy who is not shy of power is Jordan Alvarez. Listen to this. This is the greatest crack in the history of bats that were cracked.
Jordan Alvarez crushes one high and deep.
Oh, my
God. Forget about it.
This had Choppy looking for a Nelson Cruz highlight that we played with Troy at the old station.
Yeah.
Had him searching.
I was like, Pate, we got to find this. It's Nelson Cruz. Oh, God. Now, I know part of that is the fact that nobody was there. You know?
A lot of space to sound waves to bounce off.
A lot of reverb there, but my God, what a back crack. Oh, God.
I do love, like, that's one of the beautiful things about baseball to me is that sort of aspect of it, of when baseball players will tell you, they can tell you who's taking BP or whatever by the way it sounds.
Yeah.
Like, they would always know, like, all right, Josh Hamilton's out there hitting because they could tell by the way the ball sounded off his bat.
It'll be Wynn and McClanahan, 11:10 today, right here on 105 through the Fan 10:30 pregame, and we'll have KNC at 9 o'clock.
Power Hour.
Yeah, they're going to join us in here. You mentioned...
Well, not in here.
Yeah, they'll be there.
Like Dawson expecting Broadus to walk in.
Where's Tech tomorrow at 9?
Real quick, Buster Olney also says... Oh, there's that pen. Thank you very much.
Hands. See those hands?
Yeah, baby. Another one who said
Sean
money.
Omar Vizquel over here.
Another one who said money. Buster says Rangers are not in a position to take on money at the deadline. That's a bummer. That is just a bummer.
And not surprising.
Also, add another team to the list who will need an offensive piece. The Red Sox. We talked about this trade earlier this week that they sent Connolly early to the Nats for Curtis Mead. So they just got him. Well, they found out he has a broken wrist, and he's going to be out indefinitely. You just trade for somebody, and he has got a broken wrist. So add them to the list of teams that need a bat. Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Have you guys taken in the podcast on Shohei and Ippei?
I listened to the phone call.
Yes.
And
what was your take?
Common sense. First off, I think, that bank should be in a lot of trouble. It's I'm like, how many of you can just call and impersonate and get $200,000 wired somewhere?
Yeah, let's try.
Which leads me to believe common sense would tell me. Like, if my kid came home and told me this story, I would say that Shohei Ohtani had to know something, and the conspiracy theory that baseball just figured out a way to protect him makes some sense.
Yeah. Ippei is, so it's ESPN's got this podcast, a 30 for 30 podcast called The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani. And in it, Ippei says, at the time, I couldn't share this with Shohei, but it was hard for me to make my ends meet. I was kind of going paycheck to paycheck because I had to keep up with his lifestyle.
Oh, that's stupid and weak.
Like, he's constantly following Shohei around, going all these places. And I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Shohei's just not paying for anything? Right. Like, if you're there as his interpreter, his employee.
By the way, if you've ever wanted to know what that person makes, he was making $80K.
Seems low.
In California, too?
Yeah, it seems low. Like, you got to follow. You're on call. You're with Shohei Ohtani, the global global. I mean, how many people are globally more famous than Shohei Ohtani?
But then again, if somebody said, I'll pay you $80,000 to just tell people what he said, then if I could do it, I would do that job.
Yeah, that's true. If I had something else to do. I didn't want him to go to him for help financially.
What if you raised your kid just to be an interpreter? You're like, you're going to learn Japanese. One day there'll be this brand new Japanese NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
He doesn't know English. You learn it. You're beside the biggest, star in the sport.
Yeah.
And boom, that's it.
What if you train him in the wrong language?
What?
What if you train him in the wrong language?
Yeah.
Like you miss a Brazil uprising and it's a Brazilian quarterback or
Good
something.
point.
It's like, is there nepotism in the interpreter game? Like, you have coaches who, like, their sons go into it, and now with interpreters.
You can learn multiple languages.
You can.
This
you
just
can.
in.
I can't.
Ippei said Ohtani, consented to settle a debt, $500,000 in wire transfers.
He knew about the transfers, according to Umba.
Yeah, Ippei. And he's like, I'm going to pay him back. I'm going to pay. It might take a while, but I told him I'm going to pay you back. It's just he's got 56 months left on his sentence or whatever.
Let's play the phone call. This is how he impersonated Shohei to get this bank to transfer $200K.
This is a Bank of America recording from February 2022.
Who am I speaking with?
Shohei Ohtani.
Thank you. How may I help you?
So I tried to log into online banking, and it told me that it's not available to me at this time, and I need to call.
Seymour would track the Bank of America call to the same cell phone number I called when I interviewed ePay.
Could you tell me the name of the payee and the amount of the transaction, please?
It's for $200,000.
Well, I guess he had all the routing and the numbers and all the info.
He had everything. I mean, he was basically his handler for everything. He knew his passwords, everything.
All right, I need all my Hurtado and Wild Forkers next for the college football kegger. Lincoln Riley finally explains the brisket.
Lincoln Riley.
Does this let him off the hook? College football kegger after this.
After we get you over to Base Power.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me. We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Inside the mind of Christian Parker at 8:40 and below the belt. KNC joins us for the final hour this morning because of early Rangers baseball. Nick Eatman at 9:20. We are loaded with the Thursday edition on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're on the Odyssey app, FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube because of PayPay and Aiden. Front Office Sports has this. Thanks to Tolo T. Rainey for sending it over right now. Front Office Sports, I think, does a nice job of getting stuff.
Yeah.
The WNBA
Are they behind a paywall now, though?
They've always been partially behind one.
The WNBA has suspended Storm co-owner Celeste Keaton from attending the team's next 5 home games for allegedly profane comments made to Sophie Cunningham fans in Seattle. Sophie has not backed down. She went on social media, commented on this, and said, hey, thanks for the support for those fans who showed up and agreed with her over transgender issues and playing in what was it specifically?
Well, it was basically like she doesn't want transgender women playing in women's sports.
Yes. Sophie then said that the co-owner's behavior was truly embarrassing, and she's been suspended for attending the next 5 home games.
So what's the punishment?
What's the fine? What's the fine? What are the fines?
She has to give up her $11 courtside seats. That's the fine.
Hey, Wings, if you're listening, I need some tickets for my father-in-law against Caitlin Clark, please. They're out of sight, out of control.
You don't got $20?
Hey, add 2 zeros to it. Add 2 zeros to that. All right, I'm starting the college.
Find the section.
Man, it's like getting the whole hotel floor. All right, Brandon Hurtado, Royal, listen up. Wild Fork, fellow smokers, Lincoln Riley. He sat down with Pardon My Take, and I want to see whether you've ever done this, you would think about doing this, or you're buying this. Lincoln Riley, get up the brisket photo on the fan cam if you can, Aiden. Lincoln explains the brisket.
Can we talk about the brisket? How's the brisket looking? Because
Fantastic.
Did you know that when you posted that online, people were going to be like, that's a dry ass brisket?
You know, I didn't. It's actually one of my favorite stories. So I'm not a great cook, but I'm a decent cook. And I know I'll probably get roasted for saying this right here, and that's fine. I don't give a all right. But I think we had a bunch of guys over, our strength coach at the time, this and that. So my buddy had been telling me about doing this brisket, and my buddy's a phenomenal cook, phenomenal. And he'd been talking to me about doing this brisket and doing it in a Worcestershire bath.
Okay.
Right. So, and I love Worcestershire on anything. All right. So I do this, have this brisket. Brisket's phenomenal, but it rips all the pink out of it because it soaks in this bath. Right. So when I take the picture, I'm not thinking anything of it because the brisket was really, really good. And people say, no, it wasn't. They weren't there. Yes, it was. But I'm not a brisket like aficionado. So I don't have the pink right there on it because the smoke ring's gone because the Worcestershire bath, obviously the dark liquid, it's a goner. And that's how the whole thing came about.
So I also love Worcestershire sauce.
Props to him for being willing to, I will applaud his courage for being willing to say that word 3 times in one answer.
Yeah.
When most people just want to try to blow by that word as fast as possible.
Never say it. Never want to.
So he's saying because it was marinated in it or sitting in it, that took out, the smoke ring, which is kind of the pink color, or some form of red that people use as a stamp of approval. Oh, you got smoke on that brisket. And I went and looked up, have people do this?
Makes some sense.
Would that do that? The AI explanation said no, it would have no impact on the smoke ring. But more importantly, all the comments underneath said, you may not have had your smoke ring, that thing was still dry as hell. The Worcestershire sauce should not make it dry. And that looked furry. As RJ would say.
It looked a little dry, a little furry.
Right?
Yeah, because, look, I've seen...
So then he challenged him. He's like, you can come to L.A., for brisket, a line no one has ever said. You can come to L.A., that's how you can order it with Hurtado through Goldbelly. And he's like, you come over, I'll do this Worcestershire experiment, and you'll see I can cook juicy brisket. Are y'all buying it who smoke and cook?
Well, I guess my question is, with all that backlash, would he have not have made another one and posted it just to get a better photo? Not just do it without the Worcestershire.
Yeah, but this is part of Lincoln Riley's problem. You do that and you have fun with it.
Yeah.
You repost it, you're unveiling a video, and you have fun with it and joke. Even Lane Kiffin would joke about it.
Yeah, the next picture is...
This is a great job by them. We finally got an answer and explanation to this, just like KNC finally got the Michael Finley Luca beer explanation that everyone's been waiting for.
Yeah, the simple next photo for this should have been an unveiling, and he takes the lid off, and it's just chalk.
Yeah.
See, look, I made my next brisket.
Boom.
Did I do better,
with
guys?
Worcestershire sauce
with
poured
Worcestershire
on
off. Yeah, just chalk.
That's perfect.
And to make fun of it.
Yeah.
Scott Van Pelt had the line, I don't know, this has been 6 years ago. It's one of the more popular tweets I've ever seen retweeted. He goes, there's not a whole lot of rules on Twitter.com, but one of them is if you're going to post a picture of brisket, that better be a handsome-ass brisket.
Yeah.
If you're gonna put yourself out there, you better do that. By the way,
it's also one of those things, I see where he's coming from a little bit. Sometimes if I sit there and post brisket, I'll be like, that picture makes it look dry. It's not as dry as that picture makes it look. It can be a punishing meat to post.
Could be.
It can. It can punish you.
No doubt about it. I will say,
is that a lean? Was that a lean cut that he had?
I mean, he posted this is the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this thing. Look at that.
Dry,
it looks dry. So there you go.
I will say, he's such a phony, too. That voice is changing. He's doing Brian Kelly now. He's been away a little while. He's trying to because he used to have a way more of a Southern Oklahoma. So one of those was fake. Either this is his real voice now, or he's putting a fake voice out there. He sounds almost like Jason Garrett there, vocally.
Really?
Yeah. Start his first couple seconds of him talking.
Can we talk about the brisket? How's the brisket look? That's a dry ass brisket.
I didn't. It's actually one of my favorite stories. So he's
pulling that Southern accent back now. He's trying to fit in with the Southern California people.
All right, it is College Kegger here on Sean and RJ at 105.3 The Fan. Lincoln Riley brisket gate. We have come to a conclusion with. Ohio State had the biggest deal, and now it's Notre Dame. They're getting $20 million to put the SoFi patch on their college uniforms. Ohio State, the day before, announced they're going to put the Chase Bank patch on their uniforms for all sports.
Against the world.
$17 million to do this per year. Meanwhile, the Big 12, the entire Big 12 conference got the Monster Energy sponsor for $20 million. Ohio State's worth as much as the Big 12. Notre Dame. A whole conference got $20 million from Monster Energy.
Do you disagree?
I don't really disagree with this either. It's just
Ohio State is worth the Big 12.
It does put it in perspective. It's like, God, man. Like that, the conference has fallen a little bit, and Ohio State, just all these. It's like there is now seems to be a bigger divide than ever before between haves and have-nots in college athletics.
In a lot of things, not just college athletics.
Yeah, right. That is true in a lot of things. But and people are criticizing J.P. Morgan Chase for basically preying on lower income people. They're saying because they paid $17 million a year for this Ohio State one. Meanwhile, they're raking in money in overdraft fees. They're raking in hundreds of millions of dollars in overdraft fees, and that they're using that money basically in an indirect way. It's an indirect way to use that money to advertise with Ohio State. The NCAA is winless unless they're going up against my university.
Dude, this is such BS.
You saw this?
Yes, this is BS.
All right, so Arian Carter,
it's in everybody's email.
His prospects were what, Bobby?
He was going to be like somebody drafted fairly high. He was going to be a first rounder in all likelihood, but like he was going to be somebody drafted fairly high, and then he got hurt.
So he gets hurt. He goes to the combine or whatever, or some kind of testing. He has a $427 flight. $427 flight. The NCAA says, you know what? That's against the rules. You cannot do that because what he did is he went to the combine. He decided he wasn't going to stay. He comes back to college. He repays the agent who paid for his $427 flight.
Yep.
And so he paid the money back. But the NCAA has suspended him for 2 games.
Okay.
The first 2 games, it's like Kennesaw State and then Georgia Tech. It was originally 3 games, which would have been another cupcake before the Texas game. But he appealed, and they got it down to 2, and now they're going to appeal this thing again. But we are the only ones that lose. Every eligibility case was won by the player, except for ours with Joey Aguilar this year. And now Brendan Sorsby bets on games. And the court's like, nah, he's free to clear play. But this guy takes a $400 flight, pays it back, and he's suspended for 2 games.
Yeah, this is stupid. He was not a college athlete when he took it. Like, he was in the draft at the time. He gets hurt. He rescinds it. He's going back to college and then repays it. There was nothing, like, paid for as a college athlete. Like, now that he's going back to college, he's like, I'm going to pay this back. He pays it back. It's under a $500 flight, and they suspended. That's just the NCAA trying to flex whatever little power they have left.
I agree with you, though, Choppy. Like, just give them the finger. What are they going to do?
Right, I would just play them. Like, are they really? The
NCAA can't do much anymore.
Is the committee going to say, well, you played this guy these games against Kennesaw State, and we're going to count that as a loss?
We're going to vacate your victory.
Like, what do you do? What do you do? You got to just play him.
You better beat Kennesaw State and Georgia Tech without him. But
I think Georgia Tech's a road game.
You better beat Kennesaw State and Georgia Tech without him. But
man, there are a lot of people worried about that Georgia Tech game. But I think it's
Georgia Tech gets you fired.
Yeah, I think it's just stupid.
College football kegger here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. A power hour with the KNC Masterpiece from Oxnard starting at 9 o'clock after Bobby takes you inside the mind. The audio that everyone has been sending us. It's inside the mind of Christian Parker. Next, and below, right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Online today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. Let's go inside the mind of Christian Parker here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. We will have Nick Eatman coming up here at 9:20. Yesterday, when we were talking to our DallasCowboys.com friends, Tommy Arsh talked about how he would have eyes on Christian Parker and how he was operating out there at practice. And it was very clear watching him during OTAs and minicamp, like Christian Parker was in charge. And there was nothing... There's no training wheels. There was one day where Shoddy was spending a lot of time around him, and I think it was just like, hey, I'm here as a resource. If you have any questions or there's anything you want to do about like logistics, I'm here for it. But otherwise, he's pretty much in command, and he's pretty much got things under control. And I was interested to see how that would look when they get into the training camp portion. And yesterday I saw clips people shared of he's barking at officials, wanting OPI calls on DAC throws and different things like that. So looks completely comfortable. Doesn't look like there's any sort of imposter syndrome that exists with him. And that's the thing that we've heard consistently. Super prepared. Has no, like, the preparation will never be an issue. If that's your concern, if this fails, it will fail on just scheme didn't work. He didn't have the right answers for things
or players,
but that as well. But it doesn't feel like he's going to fail on preparation or command of the job. It feels like he's got that. And he got a chance to talk to Peter Schrager, or Peter Schrager got a chance to talk to him, I should say, on his podcast. And very biographical, went through a lot of his like journey of playing football and then wanting to coach and different things like that. Not a whole lot of like aggressive newsy items, but there were a few nuggets in there. This is cut 13 first, Peyton, with the question of leadership and how young he is and how he connects to players. He talks about how previous coaches impact his leadership style.
I try to be as direct, honest as possible. I try to outwork the competition as much as I possibly can and give the same effort to the players as I expect from them. I think accountability and urgency are two main things I think I've operated under over the course of my career. And I mean, I definitely wouldn't be sitting in this seat right now if it wasn't for the opportunity to work under all those guys, even just as young as when I was 21, and the things that Latrell Scott made me responsible for from a young age, and kind of sink or swim. Either you figure it out or you don't, and somebody else will. And you kind of got to have a competitive spirit about you to make that happen. And it's not like I haven't stumbled along the way, but I think learning those lessons from those guys has been really impactful on me.
And when it comes to connecting and like knowing how to reach people, I have no concerns there because of two things. Whataburger and the Texas Rangers. That when we sat down,
two of my favorite things, in
Indianapolis and got a chance to talk to Christian Parker, he made sure to run in there like a Whataburger reference in one of his answers. And then Sean applauded for it. He was like, I see what you're doing there. And he goes, I'm a fan of that spicy ketchup. I wouldn't hate it if I got some. Already integrating himself, like just settling in tight with the Cowboys fan base and then the DFW resident. And then he shows up on this podcast wearing a Texas Rangers hat for the interview. And Peter Schrager even pointed out, he's like, I see what you're doing here. And he's like, I'm not a big baseball fan, but I'm a fan of good hats, and this is a good hat. And so I wear it.
That Ranger red.
He knows how to play this game. He knows how to reach people and connect with people, for sure. One guy who doesn't always know how to reach people and connect people is Sean Payton. And Sean Payton is a guy that Christian Parker worked for. And so Peter Schrager asked him, what's the biggest thing that stood out from you coaching under Sean Payton?
I think the way he came in, because he came in and he wasn't trying to please anyone. He was trying to make sure that it was going to be done the way that he wanted it done. And I really respect that. And so, I'm talking about something as simple as like, players are out of the building. You have a couple players in there rehabbing, and there weren't enough waters in the player locker room. He's going to make a big deal about that, like the little things in terms of his attention to detail and putting everybody on notice on how to do their job at a high level. He was constantly chasing and pursuing that. And I think that any great head coach I've been around, from Sean to Nick Sirianni to Matt, and some of those guys who have been proven winners, they have that DNA in terms of just not letting anything slide and having attention to detail, but also the consistency in that message too.
So when he says Sean Payton wasn't trying to please anybody, I guess he was not present for the filming when he's like, I'm going to ask Bill Belichick to do my job for me here in Denver. Because he clearly wants to please Bill Belichick and get him the win.
The water bottles. Said he goes in. I just think of it in two different parts. Peyton goes in and notices that there's not enough water bottles in the training room, which is a detailed thing, and that speaks to his attention to it. I just picture him being a total, complete ass about it.
Yeah.
Chewing someone out. That's what I picture. And that's coming from little Parcells tree.
Yeah, he will, I would imagine the way Sean Payton would address that is he'd walk into whoever was responsible for it and just be like, man, how about this drought? What drought? Well, I mean, the drought that we clearly effing have because there's not enough water. And
Yep.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It would have to be something like that. But I honestly would not have expected that from him. Sean Payton, I understand him wanting to have control of every sort of thing. I would not have expected Sean Payton to be the guy of hey, the players don't have what they need. They're missing water, but something small like that. I just would have thought of him as being so game plan and X's and O's focused and so structured that you hear a lot about his heavy-handedness. You don't always hear about that heavy-handedness looking out for people, which is interesting to me.
I think, Shoddy might be the only coach who wears a visor who isn't a jackass.
Oh, Bill?
Is Chip Kelly a jackass? I just think of him as sad.
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
Lincoln, yeah. Kirby, jackass.
Spurrier wasn't.
No, Spurrier wasn't. Man, Dennis Allen.
Man, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm trying to but do we think of them as jackasses because they have on the visor a lot?
Maybe.
Of times?
It could be it.
No. That is not a jackass look. At all.
But it's somebody may interpret it as douchey.
Yeah.
And so if there's kind of also an edge to him, then it may be you're kind of a jerk.
Yeah. Douchey, I think of it different as jackass.
Lane Gundy.
Matt Nagy, Gruden, Doug Peterson wore it. I didn't think of him.
Oh, Peterson's just seems like a softie.
Gus Malzahn. These are some of the other advisors that have popped
It sounds
up.
like an area of research, potentially. Lane is a jackass, so that checks out for sure. The big influence that's existed here has been Vic Fangio, obviously. And that was the guy that Shoddy could not say enough good things about last year during his press conferences whenever they'd lead into a game. When they were playing the Eagles, he would just drool over, man, Fangio, the way he draws things up. It's so cool. And, just like a football nerd, he loved it. And there's been a little bit of very gentle pushback from Christian Parker on the Vic Fangio influence. Not in any sort of distant sort of way, but hey, I do have my own ideas. This is not, I'm just copying and pasting what Vic does. But the question obviously came up, what kind of an influence did he have on you?
In terms of just his expectations, how he works, you gotta make sure, when those Tuesday game plan meetings come around, your ankles are taped and you're ready to go because you're gonna be sitting in there for a little bit because he likes being thorough and watching everything together and having that dialogue and doing those things together. But in my opinion, he's the best defensive coordinator in the history of the game. Mm-hmm. I learned so much from him. He has a unique style of teaching him because he does care about the development of his staff, but a lot of it is you have to be urgent and hungry enough for that knowledge. He's not just going to serve it to you on a platter and just tell you every single, some of his processes, unless you ask, he might tell you, he might not, and you might kind of get a little breadcrumb along the way. But I think the more conversations you have with him, the more he shares, the more he trusts you, the more that dialogue happens. And I just think, he's phenomenal, but he'll test you, and you got to keep up. And I think if you're paying attention and you learn, you're gonna be able to absorb a lot from him.
That was one of the best answers.
When Vic Fangio almost retired this season, that is, or this offseason, that is why Christian Parker is your defensive coordinator in Dallas. So Fangio was contemplating
break the news.
Fangio was contemplating retirement, and a lot of it was hey, I'm getting near the end anyway. Why let him get out of the building? Why not just let my protege take over what I'm going to do? Especially if there's opportunities for him to leave here, maybe I should just walk away now. And it created some urgency here in Dallas, where they were looking at it and they were going, if he retires, we're not getting Parker. If Fangio retires, he will take the Philly job because that's where he already is. He's comfortable. He's got everything laid out for him there. And so it kind of created a small, maybe 12-hour window where Dallas was like, hey, you might be rushed into making this last little process call here. and Dallas just felt comfortable enough with it. They said, do it, because we're not going to risk missing out on him. So Philly kind of like that Fangio retirement threat is what pushed Dallas to go ahead and pull the trigger and say, like, do it now, like hire him right now. And it's because he does think so highly of Vic Fangio and his impact on him and the ground that he's laid for him. A lot of discussion about Caleb Downs. Obviously, Christian Parker obsessed with him. First impressions of Caleb Downs from Christian Parker on the Peter Schrager Show.
Yeah, Caleb is, he's been as advertised. He's very serious about the game. He studies hard. He's always watching film. He's in here early. He's in here after practice, and he works hard on the field. So everything that we've asked him to do, he tries to do at the highest level possible. Where I'm very glad that, where he ended up in the draft, that we were able to kind of acquire him and try to unlock even more of his potential at this level. But, he's real fun to coach. And, so building the foundation and kind of just retraining his mind and his technique and just schematically on what he's asked to do. He played in 2 defenses in college under 2, really 3. He played under Saban, then Jim Knowles, then Patricia, and just, those are 3 highly respected guys. And so then now to come here and kind of re-immerse himself into what we're doing, he's been a frontline soldier in that process.
How much of Caleb Downs and how closely he reaches expectation is part of your evaluation of Parker?
Ooh, good question. Because whenever I hear Parker asked about Surtain, I almost kind of stop listening.
Yeah.
I don't really stop listening, but I'm like, Patrick Surtain was going to be Patrick Surtain.
His dad was pretty good.
Yeah. So it's not going to, my credit may be 25-30% if Caleb Downs comes out the gate or eventually ends up being incredible because of the strength of Caleb Downs to me.
But if he's slowed, you would probably think more negatively on Parker, wouldn't you?
I'm not gonna think negatively of Christian Parker because the strength of Caleb Downs in my mind is his mind.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, he's gonna be good to go there assignment wise, but man, I have to say, and he's gonna be my number 1 focal point. I'm probably not going to be standing next to Choppy too much on the sidelines in Oxnard because I'm going to be on the defensive side. He looks small out there.
When you see...
He looks small out there.
There's 2 guys who, when you get out there, you're going to go, oh my gosh, they're not very big. It's going to be Downs.
Punching a little person.
It's Jalen Thompson.
Oh, that's good for defending the deep ball. It's great. Jump off, fantastic.
Like when you're playing center field, Buda Baker, Earl Thomas, you can be 5'10". It's not a big deal.
Yesterday in all these clips from the Cowboys media and 105.3 The Fan, I'm looking for Downs in every huddle and every running play. Where is he?
He's running between their legs.
He's running out to the field. He's just shorter and smaller. So that I had to say. All right, there it is. Little Christian Parker recap with Peter Schrager and Below the Belt on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. And Choppy's going to ask this question to all of us, including the KNC Masterpiece next. Who's really closer between your football and your baseball team? On the home of the Rangers, it's a KNC Power Hour starting after this. Oh, man,
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we got a party going down. Fist pumping in Oxnard, California, because we are now joined. What a very, very nice gesture from Odyssey employees to say, you know what? Having this short show today is not enough time. We're out here. I heard Corey at the beginning of his show yesterday after Lettuce Gate say, I love this trip. I want to work as much as possible. And that's what Kevin Hagelin proposed a few days ago when he said, it's no point in doing a 30-hour show. We would like to take over the final hour of you all show so you can go home early. Of course, the bosses rejected that very quickly. So we are sitting here with extra work today from KNC. Good morning, fellas.
Do you really want us to be responsible for your ratings for an hour, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, starting at 9.
Given your ratings, given your ratings recently, G-Bag not so much.
Okay,
oh my goodness gracious!
But us,
Hey, is Broadus there yet?
Yeah, he is.
He's already doing, I'm sure, a podcast down there. Guys, by the way, I do want to confirm, I did get some test results yesterday. It was salmonella poisoning.
So it was a fish.
It was no, it's not a
chicken.
Salmonella, yeah. I did not drink a salmon, DJ.
Was it a chicken wrap?
No. You know what? There was a chicken wrap, but that was Thursday. So what I traced it back to like Friday night because Saturday was when I started feeling bad, and all I had was brisket. All right, and I'm not going to say from where, but it was brisket from a place that not a lot of people know of either. And I think maybe there was some cross contamination because, and this is why. Because in the middle of the night, my dog woke up, and I had given him some of this brisket, and he had gone all over his kennel.
Oh no!
And so I never thought, I was like, what? And so and so Adrian definitely had to clean that.
My God!
Because do you think I'm
even
going
though
to?
it's your fault?
Why was it my fault?
Because you gave him the food.
That doesn't matter. She's the one that cleans up the weird stuff. All right, that's always been the thing. When all three of the kids got sick during Christmas and just vomited all over the house, she was the one cleaning it at 3 a.m.
Good deal.
She knows that I would be adding to it, so she didn't want me to do that. So yeah, that's where it is now, guys. I learned that I got a prescription for like 3 more days. They said I'm pretty clear of it though, but she was like, Kevin, I don't want to tell the rest of the story.
Man,
there's worse.
I told him in the car, please tell the rest of this story. I can understand he might not.
I mean, you have already gender rolled her. You've already talked about making your dog sick. You made a poor
God gender rolled
brisket choice. Yeah, thanks, Sophie. I mean, what else could there be?
All right.
You got to finish.
RJ is going to like this story.
Finish. I always yell at Corey.
Yeah, don't do that. All right.
That's not going to get me there.
Guys, do you know how they get a sample from you? Not a hot sample, Sean.
Yeah, I bet it's hot.
But they don't ask you to go in a box or anything.
Oh, they don't?
No. They basically give you a COVID test for your bottom hole.
How thick?
Oh my goodness gracious!
It's the
I think
same,
that's a natural question.
It's the same thing.
Off air, yes.
It's the same swab as the one that you put up your nose. So it's like the exact same kind of tube and everything, and they hand it to you and then say, "All right, go in there, and we'll see you in."
You gotta do it
Hold on,
yourself.
The doctor doesn't do it.
Yeah, they're like, yeah. So there you go.
How flexible do they think you are?
I know exactly. I can't. These shoulders are too dense. You know, with muscles.
How do you know if you traveled the right distance?
You know. I think you'll know.
No, but for the swab, like it's like, does it have a specific
tell you
distance
like,
it has to travel?
They said only the tip of this really needs to be
heard that before. Goodness.
Yeah, they were like that. That's just that part. You know, and y'all have done the COVID test. So it's about that much, exactly that much, and then so I've been violated a little bit.
Standing on my head.
Kevin,
but I got the test results, and I feel better now knowing what I'm dealing with.
Excellent. So. Ezra Rock was fantastic with you guys yesterday. Phenomenal job with the Bob. What's so funny?
You just transfer.
Great transition.
Right
and I appreciate it. Thank you, Sean.
Great Bobby Bell reference with the head. But I'm going to take it to another laugh moment. Kevin, you missed the Brian Broaddus reference, the subtle joke from Bobby Belt.
Oh.
Did you get what Bobby was saying when he asked if Broaddus was there?
I guess not.
Worst take nominee for tomorrow, 9 a.m. on Sean and RJ, Gavin Dawson not being aware.
Oh!
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation
This
on
is going to win.
105.3 The Fan.
Alec? All right, here we go. It is a little bit early of a G-Bag Nation with you on 105.3 The Fan, coming off the State of the Cowboys address. Welcome into the show. I am Gavin Dawson. Eric Chiafalo's in studio. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. We'll get this party started properly here before too long. Brian Broaddus is on his way in. If I imagine he's in the parking garage just mainlining this Cowboys press conference.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, that's right. He is
here.
He is in Oxnard, California.
In Oxnard. He is sitting here at the table. I'm still here at the table, so we're here.
There we go. Okay. Brian, how we doing, buddy?
Excellent, sir. Good to be with you. Thank you. Interesting press conference, I would say.
Intro.
Wrote down 20 different points, but I think the main one that Jerry Jones cannot help himself, that he's trying to trade for Max.
Now look,
there's a couple of things, Sean.
Let me go first real quick.
Yeah.
Because we know that G-Bag does not have weekly meetings up here.
Right.
But we do.
Monthly either.
You do. We do. So maybe the part about, Brian Broaddus going to California a little bit early was not brought up in their meeting.
But he was on the show the day before.
From Cali?
Oxnard.
From Oxnard?
Yes.
That's the worst take.
Doing excellent, sir.
What type of...
Because that was Tuesday. He came in on our flight. I know he was here Monday. And
he rode with us out here.
Yeah, he was on their show on Monday from Oxnard. Mm-hmm. So he
look. Okay, all right. Listen, all right. For that matter, they did end that presser about 4 minutes early. Like it was still in the KNC time slot. It would have been in the commercial break, and there could have been a commercial break there. It was kind of one of those very abrupt moments where it all just kind of ended. And so maybe he just didn't. He was like, I don't know. I got.
But for him not to know what state Broaddus was in, I don't care. The presser ended a little early.
Yeah, we
didn't know the zip code.
We've come back from break early, and Sean's not just like we're live from Philadelphia.
Yeah, we know.
I don't know where Bobby is.
What a space cadet.
And you know what sucks is he was trying to shout out for Broaddus. He was like, no doubt taking furious notes in the parking lot. He was propping Broaddus up.
No, that man's crushing it somewhere.
He forgot what state he was in. By the way, Broaddus did write 20 different notes on napkins during that presser because he was sitting right across from me.
I should have AI Broaddus interrupt the Jerry press conference.
There's paper everywhere. There's paper all over this place.
Yeah, that's
was a napkin.
That was not great. And I remember thinking at the moment, what are you talking about? He's right here.
KNC Masterpiece joining us right now from Plano here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right.
Give us some practice observations, Corey. What were you going to first, or Kevin, whoever wrote on their napkin?
I wrote in my Star Wars notebook.
Yeah, we were kind of all over the place.
He's taking
chatting people up and watching.
You and Fauci. You and Fauci's notebook.
I plead the fifth.
I thought George Pickens already looks right. I thought CeeDee Lamb looks like he's in form already too. So but those are easy, casual throws. The one thing that I noted the most, and I kind of noticed this, but then Javonte Williams, who we'll talk with on Friday, we got a chance to chat with him, and he was like, dude, we were already doing things today that we would have done 3 or 4 days in. He said the thing that he noticed already about camp, and Kevin, I think you and I noticed the same thing, was everybody already looked in a faster flow, like they knew what they were supposed to be doing. So I don't know if it's just the simple fact that Parker and Shoddy and these guys already have them lined up from OTAs and mini camps, and they have the understanding of it, or some of these guys are a year into it now and kind of already understand it better, but they're not wasting time. That was something that was very, very evident yesterday to me.
I thought Jaden Blue looked pretty good in a couple of different spurts. He had a really electric run off the right side for what theoretically would have been a touchdown. I know they're not really tackling, but had they been, he still would have scored. I thought it was a good kind of couple of plays for Kalen Carson to recover to about midway through practice. He was on coverage on CD, and the pass was overthrown, but CD had clearly broken out of his coverage. And so then Kalen came back just a couple of plays later, and he was on a good coverage with George Pickens. Now, I'm not trying to alarm people. I'm just telling you what happened. It looked like there was a bit of route confusion between Dak and Pickens on that, because that ball sailed way off in a different direction. But Carson still had Pickens on lockdown in that route either way. And then I thought Dominic Richardson, I know probably not apt to make the team. I thought he had a good run or two where he was really breaking through the tackles with a lot of efficiency. And then, believe it or not, the very last play of practice, Jonathan Mingo showing some signs of life on a connection from Joe Milton. And then we saw PJ Locke go into the tent about 18 minutes before the end of practice. Sounds like he's just dinged up, and it will be fine, but you always get nervous when somebody goes off to the tent.
Overshone looked like he understood what he was supposed to do. Like he really has a good grasp of what his flow looked really good throughout the entire day. Body, legs wise, looked confident to me. That's a good thing. Jalen Thompson. We have a really interesting story about Jalen Thompson, and I think we're going to get a chance to talk to him. Here's why. I watched a lot of what he was doing yesterday. He looks very comfortable in this defense already. We were sitting here yesterday, and just for a little pre here, a couple weeks ago, there was a
Bleacher Report.
Bleacher Report had put a report out that he was going to be a bust. And we were like, Alec and I were like, how? I mean, A, how? And B, we just didn't think that. So we were kind of defending it and fighting the idea of it. Aiden put it up as a clip, right? Well, those clips get seen, guys, because yesterday we were sitting here and Jalen Thompson's dad stopped at our tent, stepped in and goes, "You guys are my guys. You guys are my guys. I saw that video. Y'all were, I appreciate that. He's going to be awesome for y'all. He's going to work his ass off for you." And he was like, "I just wanted to let y'all know." And we were like, "That's great. You think he'll come on the show?" And he goes, "I'll go tell him right now."
Whoa!
And him and his wife, and Jalen Thompson's wife, I believe, went out there. And when they came back, they were like, "Yes, we told him." And so we believe we're going to have him this afternoon, and we'll have him for the show tomorrow.
Wow,
so that was really
owning the secondary of the Dallas Cowboys. Savone Revel, his pops. Show of choice G-Bag, and now Jalen Thompson for Kansas
105.3 the dad. That's what we do. we
met his granddad,
and
too.
his grandpa,
yeah.
so the dads too. So that was
grandpa.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, for the most part, there were a lot of positives on day one. It's day one. No real physicality, but they were moving. It looked like they moved with purpose, and I like that.
It's a KNC party on DFW Sports Station. Joining the party next is Cowboys insider Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. He sits down with us to keep it going from Oxnard after this.
Never an out-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're rolling 6 deep now here on the morning show with the KNC Masterpiece joining us because of early Rangers baseball. It's the Red Zone brought to you by Just Love Coffee. And joining us now on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as well from Oxnard is Cowboys insider Nick Eatman. Good morning, brother. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Were you sitting around a campfire? Was that last night? What was that setup? You guys have a very nice setup. I think it's Chris Beam who has put up umbrellas, and it looks like a sand. I can't tell if that's a wooden floor that's simulating sand. I was checking out some of y'all's shows yesterday, waiting for the Shoddy presser while listening to it on the radio and looking at Shoddy talking. But then I saw you sitting around like a bonfire or something.
Yeah, that was Tuesday night. That was 2 nights ago. I think I don't know. They're running together here, but that was our first. That was our first. Well, I'm just trying to be nice to you. I mean, honestly, that wasn't last night. You got your stuff messed up. I was just trying to take it on the chin.
My journalism degree from American University because I messed up the bonfire night.
Wow. Well, I mean, if you're going to turn it around, I mean, no, that was like so long ago. That was like 36 hours ago, Sean. No, that was our first night doing the shows, and we always do that. Sponsored by Solo Stove, and ate some s'mores and. Not that we really, it hasn't been that cool around here. Not that anyone back in Dallas cares about that, but no, it's been fine. But yeah, we've
77 degrees.
Okay, yeah.
It's the hottest 77 you've ever felt.
It really
is.
Yes, we talked about that.
And I know that sounds like it's hard to get people to sympathize, but the worst I've ever gotten burned was 75-degree Oxnard sun.
It's a good 11 UV.
And I say this all the time too. It's like, but we're also working outside all day long. And if you were working out in your house all day long from 77 to 82 degrees, you'd be calling someone and maybe a hotel. So it's not comfortable to just all day long to be sitting there. But no one cares about that. They're this is where the sun, the grass, and it's not steamy hot, and they're getting some good work in. So. Starting yesterday.
Nick Eatman brought to you by WinStar, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We asked the fellas top of the hour there, practice one observations. What were yours?
Well, I really liked just the way, the offense comes out looking good. I mean, just smooth. And now, again, no one's tackling, so it really is hard to evaluate that. But it just seems like every time you looked up, somebody was open, and that's what's tough about practice, because if you're going to be glass, half full, then you're like, man, this offense is looking good, it's hard to stop, and then you're like, well,
defense is trash. Then
exactly. So it depends on your perspective. So, but I just think this offense is kind of a well-oiled machine, and with Pickens and CD, it's just like, wow, you just realize how good they really could be, because you just can't check both of these guys, and then all the other ones.
Is Jaden Blue going to be the 2? Did he have a really nice day yesterday?
He did, but the thing about it is that running backs get to the end zone every play in practice, every time, and he gets there faster than others, so he's going to look better. But it's got to be in the game. He's got to do that in the game, in the second half, because that Giants game was really good when he was here, but it wasn't more than that. And so this game last year, but I've said it before. Malik Davis, I'm not counting him out, and I'm done doing that, done overlooking him. I think he's probably the best mix between Blue, Maffa, special teams wise, experience wise. I don't think he's going to be overlooked here.
Nick, it's something where the Blue stuff last year was so odd because it was so generalized and vague almost whenever Shoddy would talk about it. What do you think were the biggest hangups for them that they still want to see? Was it just like he doesn't understand assignments? Was it that kind of maturing necessary? Was it attitude maturing? Was it like what were the things, the particular issues you think they had with him?
Yeah. Well, I know but I'm
asking you, infer.
I know. You have to play that game.
You tell the story.
No, but I think more than anything, it's the stuff. And don't want to compare him to this guy, but it's the stuff that Pickens is trying to prove that he can do on a consistent basis. It's like all the other things that'll lead you to get on the field. But for Blue, he had never done it. He was a rookie, and so he kind of needed to do that. It was kind of like read the room type stuff with him, and not playing in a game or being inactive again, and then just the demeanor and the attitude walking around after the game. You know what I mean? Like just kind of like happy to be here, but when you lose a game and you're a draft pick, and they could use a little help on special teams or another running back, and I just hope that the body language is there a little bit more to say, hey, pick it up in practice, and then therefore you're going to play in the games. But you got to give Shoddy credit for that one of being like, I mean, you're not playing, dude. Like you're not. If you can't get it done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, don't worry about being here Sunday.
I wanted to ask you real quick, was it Tyler Smith who decided to punish himself on the false start because he ran down to the goalpost and ran back because he was like, come on?
I don't think it was him. I don't think it was just his doing, because if you remember the very last thing in the press conference when Shoddy was done, he said, he offered up, remember guys, it's not a bad thing if they run.
Right.
And then so it's something that they're doing now a little bit. And so with Tyler Smith, he's one of those guys probably you don't have to say it twice. He's just like, yep, I'm running.
Because they threw the flag and he took off.
That's on me, so yeah, does that help? I don't know. Probably not. But you got to do something. That's the one thing I've never understood. When I hate that question more than any question. I hate how do you fix penalties? Because I'm like, I never know.
Tell the referees not to throw them.
I mean, what do you do? And honestly, go look at stats. There's some teams that have won Super Bowl that have ranked first in penalties. So it doesn't look. Last year, looking at the stats, some of the best teams in the league are right up there, getting flagged every time. So I don't know.
Nick Eamon, DallasCowboys.com, joining us from California with the KNC Masterpiece. 24 hours have passed on my self-imposed week deadline for Jerry to pull off this big trade. Know you're limited in what you can talk about and discuss. Your reaction, thoughts, what you're hearing about trade talk.
Haven't heard anything like really specific that's like in the works. Everyone, we'll, I guess, start with Vegas as far as, who it could be or if it's real, too, because you can just pick up the phone, call someone, they can laugh and hang up on you, and then it comes out, Cowboys have talked to so-and-so about this trade. Well, they didn't talk for long, and it didn't go well. And so, I don't know. I still just have a hard time thinking it's something like that is going to happen. But we'll see. I mean, Jerry made the comment really about this roster is not going to be like this forever, and I thought that was the most interesting thing that he said in the press conference. He said a lot of things, but I thought that was probably the most interesting of saying it really about Dak. He's not going to be playing at this level for long, forever, and let's try to help him now.
Were you there for Tyler Guyton talking yesterday?
No, I was waiting at the other station.
He's so massive too, by the way.
He's a human being. I mean, he's
an NFL player.
Yeah.
No, but he's next level massive, even for an NFL player. It is quite astonishing.
He said, I want to get more technically sound, more confident in the playbook and the scheme, and overall just a better player. It's a process, day by day, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to get to a certain point where I feel good about going into the season. Are you buying stock into this, Nick?
Or
holding? We're selling.
Guyton's always holding.
Yeah, holding is probably not the best term for to be talking about. Guyton.
Another insult.
Yeah, he's holding on to that Stars job.
Yeah, well, you just don't want to be holding on, 3rd and 7. I mean, that's what you don't want for him. But I always think of that Bill Parcells quote that was outside the locker room about knowledge is confidence. Confidence lets you play fast, and that's what I think he needs more than anything. Just go out there and stop thinking so much. Just not figuring out where to line up and what to do and all that stuff. And I think if all of that stuff happens, where he just starts to get more and more comfortable, like he's talking about, then what Kevin's talking about, how big and massive this guy is going to start, playing into the factor of your feet is so good. You've got left tackle, skills. You've got everything that you want, except for you just got to figure out how to play and not think about it.
For that part, though, those kinds of things, it takes the experience of being on the field.
Yeah, he's got to play.
That's what that comes. You start getting more comfortable, and because you've seen this before, or you know what to expect. When that play is called, you're already knowing. I've seen what a guy can try to do to me on this, so I'm expecting these things and expecting your heels start to know where to balance and plan.
And the good thing about it is you don't have to wait until the preseason. You don't have to see if this guy's got it. He's going to get some. The Rashawn Gary will test him and all that. But when they go to the Rams, you'd like to think that you're going to get Myles Garrett over there. That's a good chance to figure it out.
Will Aaron Donald be there by then? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I did want to talk about, because it feels like he's sort of fallen behind, and some people have even forgot about him, but the connection from Milton to Mingo. How much does Jonathan Mingo need to get going here?
Yeah, Mingo, he is kind of the forgotten guy. There's no doubt about that. But that pass that he threw,
it was a rope.
That pass that he threw for a touchdown to Mingo is probably Milton's best pass since he's been here. But yeah, you're talking about Mingo. It's almost like 1, 2, 3, and 4 just totally locked in.
Yeah.
I mean Flanois is going to be there, and then now Turpin's just always kind of that fourth spot. So all the other guys, I mean Mingo included, but as long as he gets a great pass thrown to him, that's one thing about Mingo. He had all kinds of bad throws to him.
Is Corey just trying to see how many screens he can be on right now?
No, my computer locked up on me, and so I had to close out everything. And whenever I pulled everything back up, I forgot to hit mute. My apologies, guys. So
Nick, is everything good with PJ Locke?
I think so. I mean, I don't know. I just know this. He did interviews last night, on the field. So afterward, they do their live shots with the different TV stations and stuff like that. He was included in that. So anything major when you have injuries, they usually switch it up. I think he did some of those. So.
I know who the source was that gave G-Bag the information right out of the gate. So
I have no idea who that source could be, but I liked how they described it hockey style as a lower body injury.
Well, yeah, because that's what we heard, knee and ankle.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. I'll work on my questions over the weekend.
Guys, all right, Sean. Well, how about just y'all get up here? Can you do that?
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Have you gone out? Have you gone out yet? Or are you waiting?
I haven't.
He's waiting for you.
And I'll probably, Tommy Yaris turns 23 today.
Wow.
So make sure to. Yeah, so we'll probably be.
That is shocking.
Isn't it? So tomorrow, I'm interested to see. He's on the 720.
Oh yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's gonna, I'm sure he'll be going out tonight. So yeah,
he's not. He's going to bed at 8 with a good book and a corncob pipe because he's 50 years old.
Corncob pipe.
I can promise you he won't be doing that tonight. I think he's going out. So all right.
Thank you, Nicholas. Appreciate it. Nick Eatman from Oxnard. And we are locked in to Nick and Tommy throughout the rest of the season. Brought to you by WinStar. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What do the fellas think about the Rangers trade? Next, on your home for Rangers baseball, we'll crosstalk with KNC after this.
Chevrolet and Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We should have named something more creative than Power Hour, since that is a specialty of the KNC Masterpiece, as they have been joining us since 9 a.m. because of early Rangers baseball here on 105.3 The Fan. The fellas in Oxnard. We will be out there on Sunday. Man, it feels like this week has flown by for you guys. Probably not Corey, but...
Well, you know what?
It actually does feel like it has flown by.
And we have some tips for you. We talked to the security guards on the way in today to make sure that your transition into this place is positive, and maybe your competition's is not.
So you said let the brown guy in at 3 a.m., not the others.
I need to tell. Yeah, I did say let our
I didn't
guys
phrase
in.
it like that, but
we appreciate it, but we don't have competition.
That's a good point. They get a 0.
What'd you say, Corey?
I'm gonna text y'all the thing that he's talking about because I don't think we should say it on air.
We should not.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Who's gonna give first thoughts on the Rangers trade yesterday? Kevin Hagelin, some bullpen help.
Yes, I like this trade very, very much. It is true that Logan O'Hoppe is just been dreadful this year, and he has been trending in the wrong direction, which is why they said, hey, why don't you get started in the minors? So I understand all of that. But for Silseth, and, well, one of the things I love about this is he's under team control through 2030. So that's always going to be a positive. Also, I don't think you traded one of your top 30 prospects to get in on this. But can he pitch in leverage situations? So I decided to do a little bit of a research project on that last night. In his last 7 appearances, he has not given up an earned run, and that's good. And that's absolutely, and that started with a 5th inning appearance against the Rangers after we dusted their starter, and he got out with a perfect inning in 7 pitches. But you're like, that's great. I don't need somebody to pitch the 5th inning. Fair enough. Since then, he pitched across the 6th and the 7th inning, then the 7th, then the 8th, then the 10th, then the 7th 2 more times. So he is part of your leverage arms that hopefully you can use going forward. And I imagine, I don't know if they want to go Silseth, Alstrom, Latz, but you're starting to line up a potential of your closeout pitchers.
And I think the most important part there is you've gassed a lot of these arms this year. You've taken a lot out of them by having to use them as frequently as you have this year. So this just kind of adds to the group that you can choose from, so you don't have to use the same ones every couple days or every day. And this kind of it spreads things out for you. They need to make that a little more deep so that they can really benefit from not the best, 6-7 inning closers,
right,
or starters that are getting you there, but whatever starting pitching you are getting, you can use a little more depth in your bullpen there.
Tolo Chris, real quick, chiming in. He's a diehard Ranger fan. He's been critical of them, too. Amazing trade for them. Complete flyer on O'Hoppe. Great clubhouse guy. Media loves him, even if he stinks. The reliever, Silseth, is the haul, and Arredondo is not expected to ever make it to the bigs. Walcott will be in AAA in the next month. He's not on the 40-man, so they want to keep his clock set. So, Chris, he's liking the deal.
Yeah, look, it is a good deal. Like, you are getting a guy who has shown that he could take the ball from the reliever perspective. Like 40 innings is, that's up there. Mason Miller's in that same category, right? He's thrown about 45 innings. You wonder, what's the max that you're going to want to get to with him before you get to the playoffs, before they get, he gets really, really drained, but the dude gets guys out. That's the most important part.
Can I submit for calling him by a nickname in advance and
Silly?
Get a rolling? No.
Silly?
No, if he's really dominant, can we call him Filthseth?
Yeah.
I'm asking.
I'm definitely calling him silly.
It's really close to filthy.
I don't know if
that's what it is. He's
That's
filthy.
the whole point. He's filthy.
I didn't ask you, Peyton.
Rowdy.
if you want to
Bobby,
reject it. I'm asking.
I like a little bit of it. So here's what I'm going to ask you,
Because
Bobby.
Sean rejected Bangford for Wyatt Langford.
I know, I understand, but I still like it too.
And Bobby has rejected full count for Evan Carter
because it's like that's me. Like we're going to call Chase Silseth 2.72 ERA because that's what he's got.
Yeah, we're going to call Nolan Ryan strikeout.
Yeah,
or no Cy Young.
Caught him chasing.
Are any of those better than Dak naming the offense Gotti?
Yeah. Finish better than 7th in points scored per game. But I hear what you're saying. Hey, that would be great, man. And you know what? That's a conversation that we've been having out here is everybody keeps talking about the offense as though they were infallible last year, which is laughable to me. As a macro, they were really, really good. And clearly your defense was the reason you lost many of these games. But let's not pretend that red zone wasn't a train wreck for this team so many times last year. You better improve your red zone offense, and then I'll call you whatever the hell you want if you can actually match the number of yards you put up. Why don't you finish second in yards and second in points, and let's go do that.
First in MVP.
Who do you blame that on?
I mean, it's partially on Dak. It's definitely partially on Shoddy as well.
Turpin.
Dak is not efficient in the red zone. There are numbers upon numbers upon numbers to back that up.
Has been in individual years, though.
Yeah, just not last year.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, doesn't that sound more like Shoddy?
I mean,
reserved?
Shoddy takes some of the blame for sure. Look, Shoddy coached scared many times last year. Especially, he did.
They're not getting
especially
him. That's why
when it came to. You know what? I actually disagree. I think you could ask him that when it came to field goal positioning and putting Brandon Aubrey out there. I think they called play calls way too conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I remember him telling the guys too. Was it the Green Bay game where he didn't go for it on fourth down?
Yeah, it was disappointing.
They had that conversation too, and he was like, "Man, I got beat. I got beat, and then I didn't feel like I had another play."
That is not meant as just an out and out slam that he can't do it. It's just something that I think he would admit he needs to improve on.
Well, Kevin, I think you just laid out a wonderful explanation for why Dak Prescott is not on the NFL's top 100 list as voted on by the players. Corey, I see your eyebrows raised. He has obviously been left off of this list.
Yeah, it's clear. Now they're releasing this 2 at a time now because they broke it. And this morning, with Dak still not on the list, the NFL announced number 44, Joe Burrow.
Ooh.
Which means Dak is either not on the list or
better than Joe Burrow.
The players say he's better than Burrow.
You know what?
I think so.
I think he is on the list.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be higher than that.
I think he will be too.
I was just messing around. But just showing how stupid the list is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought somehow they decided to move away from, as Bobby said, their dumb format and release them all or release them 10 at a time. But, yeah, isn't there still only one Cowboy on the list so far?
CD was at 55.
Is your assumption then that Tyler Smith, Pickens, and Dak will all still to come?
I didn't think Tyler Smith was going to be on there initially, but everybody this offseason has universally put him above Quentin Nelson, and Quentin Nelson's been on the list already.
Okay.
Where do you think Pickens will be, Choppy? How far above Lamb?
I would say, based on last year, George will probably be somewhere in the teens.
Ooh. The teens.
20-ish.
Higher than Dak?
Yes.
No, Dak will be the highest, but Dak will be top 15. They're very reactionary, and you put yourself in a corner because you've said this list is useless, so you're not going to be able to gloat when Pickens is above him.
Oh, I totally agree. It is a useless list. I think it's the fact that Joe Burrow is going to wind up being behind Drake May. It's a useless list.
Kevin and Corey, I got to give you props on your instincts yesterday, 24 hours ago. Both of you thought that Tony Romo was probably guilty of some type of impairment, and TMZ came out with the latest headline, open container found.
Oh, no!
Open container.
What was it?
I honestly did not know that.
Doesn't matter, Corey.
Was it a Miller Lite or was it like a clear cup of, it looked like cola, but it definitely had something else in it?
I like the idea of them arresting him because they don't like the brand he had, right?
Well, I mean,
we're enforcing that.
You heard Shoddy yesterday, right? He's like, we'll go back, drink some Miller Lights, of course. He stayed on sponsorship brand, absolutely.
No more shotties?
No more shoddy.
Oh yeah, I had not heard that TMZ story. Well, that is.
But it was on the passenger side.
Yeah, and there's no.
With no one else.
Was there somebody in his car?
No.
Oh,
Grammy and Grampy.
Yeah, I suppose there is no proof that he had it that day.
Oh my God! Did we do the Grampy thing with them?
Yeah,
Grandma Grampy. Am I saying it right?
Yeah. And then Chop said, "I call my mom Grandma," and then he texted us yesterday and said, "My mom," blah blah blah, and he didn't say Grandma.
Who's getting destroyed? The person who went down the Romo family tree.
I think his name is Dan Tracy. People are like, he said Romo's grandparents are all dead, and then in the comments, it's like, yeah, you obviously don't have kids, man. Like every parent with kids has called their parents grandma or grandpa.
But not to the police when the children aren't there. And if the children are there, why is there an open container in the passenger seat?
You got to butter them up. You got to be like, we're going to Mom Peepaw's house.
Yeah, make it sound real Brady Bunchy.
What do your kids call their grandparents?
Nana and
Angel.
Grampy and Angel.
Okay, Bobby. Jeez Louise.
Undertaker.
God.
We got Mima and Peepaw, Cece and Gigi, and yeah. I mean that's it.
When they're sitting there at the
Nina and Granddad.
Yeah, whenever they want to talk to her,
they're sitting there.
Dong.
Dang it, Bobby! You stole my drop. I just told Pay to get the Undertaker drop, and you blew it up. You messed it up.
Oh, goodness
All right,
gracious.
fellas. You are
Made by the cemetery wave to dad.
You are fantastic. Don't top it, Choppy.
No.
You are fantastic employees. Thank you for making our final hour even easier, and have a fantastic 20 minutes with the KNC match. Not your mom. KNC masterpiece.
Oh my gosh.
Is next.
Your mom got 20.
You may top the top mornings.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully you caught us in the last hour with Sean and RJ as we are live at Dallas Cowboys training camp, but it is a short show today. Only 30 minutes leading into the Rangers-Rays series finale, and we might as well start
Let's get a series
with
win.
the Rangers and Rays. Indeed, because it was a tough night last night. Not only did the Texas Rangers end up losing, although 3-0, in a start where it looked like the worst for Mackenzie Gore, and then if you could have just expunged that first inning, it would have been one of his best starts of all time. Absolutely incredible after the first inning. But we have news this morning. As Skip Schumacher intimated with us yesterday, Evan Grant is confirming, provided that Corey Seager has no additional issues today, the Rangers plan to activate him in Houston tomorrow. And remember what Skip said with us yesterday. Hey, man, we're not doing any of this play 1 day, 3 days out or anything like that. We need people who are invested and ready to roll. And we'll see how that goes, but I assume if that means they're going to activate him tomorrow, they truly believe he is ready to go. But no good news around the Rangers this year with injuries comes without the bad news, as Jacob Junis has been put on the 15-day injured list with a left abductor strain that is retroactive to July 29th, which I believe was yesterday. But he will be out a minimum of 15 days. In his stead, Winston Santos has been called back up from AAA, and Cody Bradford has been accelerated from AA to AAA. So just keep an eye out on that, whether it's Cody Bradford, Jordan Montgomery, perhaps other starting pitching help on the way. But at a time when we talked in the last segment about the trade that the Rangers made and picking up Silseth, who has an ERA this month of 2.16, has an ERA for the season of 2.72, and hasn't given up an earned run in his last 7 appearances, you're like, hey, more bolstering of the bullpen. Well, the corresponding move is Junis to the IL.
Well,
which sucks.
That does suck for sure, because it's a dude who we've seen plenty of times when healthy go out and give you clean innings, and that's all you're looking for out of your bullpen every single time. So that stinks to not have him. Cody Bradford feel closer to you then? They said they wanted to stretch him out to start, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that they would say, well, we'll just go ahead and replace with this. That's why they made, I guess, the move that they made to make the trade was to kind of understanding what they were doing with Junis here.
See, I don't actually, believe it or not, I don't think those two things are related at all, because of how much control you have over Silseth for years and years. I mean, maybe they were like, we have to do it a day or two earlier, but I don't think those two things were really related. But then again, I'm also embittered this season, because every time the Rangers get a bit of good news, it feels like they get punched in the nuts as well. And I feel like this was the baseball gods being like, hey, good job. Check this out.
Yeah, I mean, it also could be a situation where that muscle that he's dealing with right there, it's in the groin.
It is. I don't like the way you say that.
It's the adductor, I believe. The abductor's on the backside, the adductor's on the inside. It's weird, dude. They're too closely related. But it's one of those things where after 15 days, Kevin, he could be rested, still on the 40-man roster.
Sure.
And then now you do have the bolstering. This might just be the rest that he needs before a very strong playoff run, Kevin. Let's think of it this way. We're starting. We need to re-ramp up. We need to ask Skip, how many 40 days or 30 days in are we now? And are we at a situation where you have to start thinking about the playoffs and having guys prepared for late in the season when these games are going to get really down to the nitty-gritty? So I know you're trying to win them right now, Kevin. You're trying to win them right now.
I do.
But you also got to win them later, too. So maybe that's the rest that he needs to be able to make it through later.
So, and I think my concern all season has been, thank God for the historically awful AL and AL West, is if you don't win them now, winning them later might not make a lick of difference. Unfortunately, now the Astros are just a game back. So, look, one way or another.
It does seem like Chris Young, just all they do is juggle.
Yeah.
Like all they're doing all season is juggling.
One hole opens up, then you have
spin
to
in place.
Yeah, exactly. So you just had your showdown series over last weekend with the Mariners to determine who's going to control first place of this division. Well, one way or another, regardless of what happens this afternoon and this evening, you're going to have that exact same series again when you go to Houston starting tomorrow, which, of course, you can hear all those games right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's going to be another battle where if you lose that series, you're probably not going to be in first place anymore, but hopefully you can dominate it just like you dominated against the Mariners and really, strengthen your, as G-Bag would say, stranglehold on this division. But it was a tough day for the Rangers yesterday, but they did complete the trade for Chase Silseth and Logan O'Hoppe. Logan O'Hoppe goes down to the minors. He has really, really had a tough season, but for the Rangers' perspective, go ahead.
Was he one of the names that you brought up earlier in the year?
Yes, going.
And we kind of were like, no on him, and then he kind of did struggle a little bit, so that kind of was part of it.
Yep.
And then there was like a Dodgers catcher, and everybody was like, that's the one.
Because he would have been More expensive.
Yeah, but it also kind of, I understand maybe not the best lock clubhouse guy, but a little more better of bat. But now you have what we hear is maybe a better clubhouse guy that maybe just needs a scenery change that could help him out a little bit.
He definitely needs a change of scenery. He is still only 26. And Ohapi has all the classic signs that the Rangers look for. He's young. He's controllable. He's under control until 2028, and he was good a couple seasons ago.
There you go.
Let's be honest. That is
where we excel.
Yeah, that much like the Cowboys will do the exact same thing. That's kind of where the Rangers live at times. And a couple of years ago, I think he would have been great with the production that he put out there. He fell off last year. He has been horrendous this year. And unfortunately, kind of if you look at his splits month over month, he seems to be getting worse as the season goes along, as this last month was easily his worst. But that's why they send him down to the minors, and the Rangers clearly have a catching crunch as is with the injuries that they've had to both Higgy and Jansen. So we'll see if he'll be up sooner rather than later. But one of the hooks with this deal is you didn't give up a top 30 prospect. You traded for a catcher at a time where you need a catcher. He's under control for the team through 2020. You also got a relief pitcher at a time when you need relief pitching. He's under team control through 2030.
Okay.
So, I mean, like...
something you can work with there.
Exactly. And that's another thing that the Rangers love. Young, controllable players. Though, to be fair, I'm sure pretty much every team in Major League Baseball loves young, controllable players. But, yeah, so that's kind of where...
I don't know if Aldi's old. They kind of love him.
That's true.
Old.
But, I mean, no, they love him because he's an intricate part of their team. They love all these other players because they're like, hey, you don't cost anything. Let's see if we can make this work. And I appreciate the level that CY has to go to get that done. Do you wish that your owner would step up and spend the requisite amount of money needed? Well, sure. But that does not seem to be the world in which we live.
Kevin, can I give you an update on something that we updated a little bit?
Is it a positive or a negative?
Both.
Oh, okay.
The other night,
please.
When Corey Seager hit his home run, Sebastian Walcott also went 2 for 4 with a double and a home run.
Up in that trade stock.
Last night, Sebastian Walcott, 1 hit, 1 home run. 1 RBI, baby. That was a nice night for him. 2 runs scored for in the 13-12 win over the Hooks. Corey Seager went 0 for 3 with a strikeout.
So...
bring up Sebastian Walcott.
Yeah, or at least bring up both.
Actually, do you need Walcott right now?
Not if you're bringing Seager up, because there's already questions about where Duran
What if you don't bring up Seager and just let this team run? Would that be ridiculous? Is that a ridiculous plan?
I think that would be a ridiculous plan unless if you're planning on trading Seager by Monday, knock yourself out.
Okay.
If you're not, he's about to surpass the threshold where he is a 10-5 guy and he can veto a trade to wherever he wants. So I probably wouldn't piss him off.
But all right, so you bring him up so he's not mad.
Right.
But Kevin, if he's going to come up here and strike out and go over 3...
I don't know if I would
in your
base
lineup.
that
He's
totally
doing the minor league, so
off of that.
It's double A ball. If he's going to do that, and your team's kind of cooking right now, do you need that in your clubhouse?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's a balance where I don't know. Is the team cooking enough? Can they cook more with Corey Seager? I think a lot of people will say yes. I think they will.
Somebody suggested that I said Silseth is under control through 2020. If I said that, I definitely meant 2030.
Kevin, that was 6 years ago.
Yes, my apologies. He is under team control until 2030. By the way, one more quick note for you in case you're inclined. It is a real bounty that's been put out on this card by Grade 10. If you get 2026 Topps Chrome, they have the Shohei Ohtani back-to-back dual gold Logo Man autograph relic. And so it's 2 Logo Man patches from his jersey next to one another. And it's double autographed by Shohei, and it's a 1-of-1.
He autographed it twice?
Yes. The other one is in the son of a gun. I can't think of the specific name. It is in the Japanese characters on the bottom, and then his regular English signature on the top. There's been a bounty put on that card of $10 million. So if you pull that card, Grade 10 will give you $10 million for that card. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we talked about the Rangers. Let's go over to the Cowboys just a little bit. Maybe try even do some mini overreaction to reality after you hear a ton of us in the commercial break. Next on The Fan.
Frankel's. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry we're going to have to leave you so soon today. We will feed into the Rangers-Rays series finale. We'll be back tomorrow with a loaded slate of guests, including Javonte Williams, Jalen Thompson, and probably more than that. I want to run through a couple of quick gridiron notes for you. Then we can touch on some Cowboys things as well. We're a little behind on the NFL Top 100. Starting at 50, it goes like this. Derwin James, we got Joe Tooney at 49, Josh Hines Allen at 48, Quinyon Mitchell, George Kittle, Zach Bond, and then today, Joe Burrow at 44, and Chris Jones at 43. You got to still think there are 3 Cowboys left on the list, and Dak will be ahead of Joe Burrow, which means he's better.
I have to think that.
Yeah!
And a lot of it can be based on what happened last year. And last year, I think teams were afraid to play the Cowboys a lot of times. There were some really good defenses that were like, we got a plan. And we know that they're going to have to do some things they don't want to do because their defense stinks. So we can force them into throwing the ball a little more than they're going to want to today. But Dak's he's a good quarterback.
Yeah.
He belongs in the good quarterback category, and I think the rest of the league has some respect for the player.
Are you sad that it appears as though the glorious, glorious era of the do-it-all man in New Orleans is over after about 10 years?
Is it only over in New Orleans, or is it over just altogether? He is completely done, Taysom Hill?
No, I don't think he's completely done, because he did not say that he was retiring, but I didn't realize he had been there for so freaking long.
Yeah.
It's been like a decade.
Yeah, dude, he's been a cheat code in fantasy where you're like, I might be able to use this dude at 3 different spots.
I could see that, yeah.
And I would be fascinated to see if Denver was like, you know what? We like Stiddy and everything, but wouldn't we love to have this dude around here? Because Sean Payton's like, look, man, I can throw him in there and do anything I want.
Right.
So that would be interesting to see Taysom Hill somewhere else. But yeah, it's a wild thing because it was a bit character. And then all of a sudden, it became a real thing that people relied on.
Yeah, I will readily admit he became a useful part of their offense. Tua is, in fact, taking part in practices today for the Falcons. So when they said just a little bit of a flare-up, I guess they really meant it. And I just assume...
No, there's always so much smoke and mirrors that goes on.
And you know what? It's once again being shell-shocked by the Rangers this year, where it's like, well, maybe he'll be good to go today, perhaps, maybe off the bench. Well, we're going to give him a couple of days off, and then boom, injured list. So I think that's what I've gotten used to. By the way, speaking of the Rangers, shout out to Jared for putting this together. Did you know that yesterday's game was just the 3rd time this century, and I believe the 7th time since 1900 that there wasn't a single in the game?
What?
By either team?
Any baseball?
Yeah.
No, I did not know this.
The Rangers-Rays game had no singles.
So every game in history except for like a century ago.
Yeah, 7 times.
Wow.
And here we are. So
that's wild.
I would have much preferred if we would have won the game 3-0, and I've been like, yay!
Yeah, could we have had a bunch of doubles?
I mean,
that scored more doubles.
Yeah, but you saw how it played out yesterday. I just thought that was really bizarre for people that missed it earlier.
And we're a singles hitting team,
Yes. Are there any other camp observations that you want to throw out there? I thought it was a good day for Jaden Blue. I thought it was good to finally see some fire from Jonathan Mingo, because, the discussion was, hey, he did not look very motivated in the offseason. I will tell you this, and I realize it's preseason, it's training camp, and it was a catch from Joe Milton, but Mingo looked fired up on that play, and you're just desperately looking for that fire from him.
Here's something, because I heard during OTAs that Christian Parker's a big trash talker, and didn't seem like he was there yet yesterday. And I think it's because he's like, hey, let me just get my guys out on the field first. Let me get them lined up correctly, and then we're going to start tweaking on them. Then we're going to start doing some things that are really going to twist things up and make them a little curious offensively about what they're doing out there. So, and again, when you can be more physical, you could apply a little bit more of that. So that was one of the things I noticed was he was a little bit quieter than I expected him to be, but I expect that to start turning up as the weeks go on. But I think the thing that I saw the most, though, was DeMarvion Overshown looked very fluid. He didn't have his knee brace on, by the way. He also looked very fluid in the defense, has a good understanding of it. We just need, fingers crossed, him to stay healthy.
And Kalen Carson was out there on the other outside spot getting a lot of run, for better or worse, with the first teamers. I thought maybe for worse in a route against CD, but definitely for better in a route against George Pickens. We'll be back out at practice today, tomorrow. Remember, Javonte Williams, Jalen Thompson, probably even more. We'll bring you a full show. Rangers Rays pregame next. First pitch about 11:11. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take it out, Kevin.
Summer is